Good evening. Tonight, we're going to be doing some more leveling on Smol Caetsu with Black Mage. Probably also getting some more ether currents. I'm thinking we'll be doing some clan hunt marks again, and we'll be doing some beast tribes. Probably just the Stormblood ones. But then we will also be doing some Roulettes. That is for certain. And then, if we run out of everything else to do, we might just spam dungeons. Yeah, that is pretty much the plan. Hey Rico, hey Emir, I hope you're both doing well. And hey Fila, I hope you're doing well as well. But yeah, just some Black Mage leveling. Once we get out of this queue, of course. Just see if I can fix that. Looks a little weird with a screen in the background, doesn't it? I think that works. I'll have to fix it a little bit better at a later point. Hey Gilano, I hope you're doing well as well. Fila says, happy to get my white mage weapon after all the grind. Oh yeah, congratulations with that. Enrico says, I got summoned to 60 earlier. Leveling is slow because spamming dungeons is very boring. Yeah, it can get a little dull if that's all you're doing is just spamming dungeons, spamming dungeons. Did we not send her an adventure? Apparently I forgot to do that last time. Oh. Can we sell any of this? Not really. You would like to you would like the variety. Yeah, I understand that. You can do some PvP. You can do fates. It's not as efficient as doing roulettes, of course, like the dailies, and doing spamming the same dungeon over and over isn't the most exciting thing, but it is also like just lacking something better. Where did we log out? In Gridania, is that right? Hey Kyan, hope you're doing well. Why did we log out in Gridania? Why did we log out in Gridania? Rico says fates are maybe viable from Stormblood onwards. Fates are okay XP, like, forever, from start to finish. But the keyword is okay experience. It's not better than many other options. The thing that fates have as an advantage is that you get this, like your first 10 every week gives you like an extra boost of XP and money. And there's also the part that you can participate in fates while queued for other stuff. So like if you're leveling a DPS job, for example, you can go, oh, well, I'm level 60, so I'll be queuing for only Great Global Library because it's the highest level one that is a leveling dungeon. Level 60 dungeons give hardly any experience, so that's not a good choice. You queue for that one, and then you just go and do clan hunts, go and do beast tribes. Eventually run out of all that. Then you go and do fates. It's not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. It's better than just sitting somewhere, right? That's the key selling point of of fates. When you get to Shadowbringers and Endwalker level ranges, then you also have the shared fates, which gives you these bicolor gemstones, which you can buy stuff for. That is unique to those bicolor gemstones. It's the most convenient way to buy any material that is dropped by a Shadowbringers or Endwalker open world mob. It's way easier to just buy a bunch with bicolor gems instead of trying to farm it from the actual mob itself. And usually if you need like, I don't know, 10 leather or like skin to make leather, it's usually like way more convenient to just be able to buy it like immediately instead of farming a bunch of mobs to get the drop. And then there's also some like music, furniture, stuff like that is unique to the bicolor gemstones. So like there are some reasons to do it. And you need to do a lot of fates, like 60 for every Shadowbringers and Endwalker zone, to max out the list of items you can get from that. So yeah. That's usually how I do it. If I don't have bicolor gemstones, and nowadays I typically don't, I have to buy it from the market board, because you're not getting me to go and farm toads somewhere for skin. That's not happening. Right. Kugane. I think there was a logical reason why we logged out in Gridania. I think it was because we were in the peaks or something like that. And that was the closest zone to have an inn. Something like that. Nick Van Damme says 2 questions. Dark Knight or Paladin? And is Sage easier than White Mage? Paladin is easier at max level. Dark Knight is easier at low level. So depending on how good you are at tanking and how much of a challenge that you want, I would recommend Paladin at max level if you want an easy experience. Dark Knight if you want a bit more difficulty, because Dark Knight has like a faster, more chaotic rotation, and its cooldowns are more complicated to use in a way. For the Sage and White Mage thing, if you've never played a healer before, then Sage might be overwhelming because it starts at level 70. If you have both White Mage and Sage at level 90, for example, you've played both and you understand both, then I would say Sage is way easier in casual content. So dungeons, normal trials, normal raids, and all that stuff. In Savage, I would say that it might be easier to play White Mage because you don't have to like preemptively place barriers for mechanics and stuff like that. You more have to deal with the aftermath. But if you haven't played a healer before, then I would highly recommend like giving White Mage a try first, because it is the only healer that starts at level 1. So like to get like the initial understanding how you can how you deal with healing. And because White Mage's toolkit is extremely bare bones at the first many levels, that makes it easier to figure out the basics, instead of Scholar, where there's a pet helping you, or Sage, where you have to attack to heal, that's more efficient, or Astrologian, where you have all the cards and all that. So White Mage is a good starting point. Rico says, I still don't understand the magical defensive focus of Dark Knight. Is it better to use those cooldowns on any mob anyway, or only in specific circumstances? Most dungeon mobs, like regular mobs, will do no magic damage unless you get hit by a avoidable mechanic like a telegraph or something like that. So usually Dark Mind and Dark Missionary do nothing on trash packs, so there's no point using them. On bosses, you will have to like either guess or let yourself get hit, because nowadays when an attack lands, regardless of whether you're the one attacking or you're the one getting hit, it will show a blue sword for physical damage, a purple staff or a wand or what you want to call it for magic damage, and it'll show like a green like comic POW icon for unique damage. And well, the magic damage you can deal with Dark Mind and Dark Missionary. The unique damage, typically, you can't do anything with it. Like, it's fixed damage. It will often ignore your armor as well. Like, nothing will stop it. Only having more health will protect you. Ymir says, I thought it was pink. Purpley pink, maybe? Nick Van Damme says, Paladin or Warrior rotation-wise. At level 90, Warrior is probably the easiest tank to play. Both for its rotation and how its defensive toolkit works. Paladin has a slightly more strict rotation, you could say, but it's also very easy. So it's very much down to preference, I think. I would recommend Warrior if you want an easier time. Good morning, Irika. Right, the cards here. I might need an extra hotbar. Where's the fourth hotbar? Why are you there? Like that. Perfect. You've entered your Gunbreaker arc. Well, good luck. It can be a little difficult at the start, but if you're not sure where to go, remember that of course I have a guide on it if you need it. Let's see, 1, 2 fringes. 2 fringes. 2 fringes. 3 fringes. 3 fringes. Okay, it's an echo. Ah! East End. That's also here. My Black Mage is 66. You should be able to see it down here. I suppose it's a little small. Where do you find a... what was it? A Mossling. Where would you find a Mossling? Does anyone know where you find a Mossling? You have quality set to 144p. Well, in that case, it might be... I actually... My preview of the stream is 144p and well, a very small screen, so yeah, that might be difficult. You know, Nick, a lot of people feel that that Ninja is not that hard simply because whenever you've finished your burst, you have like a huge amount of time where not much is happening. Like you have a huge downtime section of your rotation where it's not that difficult, according to some players, right? Yeah, exactly. I think that is actually a pretty good analogy, Emir. Ninja is like American football. In the sense that there's a pretty big gap between your bursts, where you're just doing 1, 2, 3s. Okay, maybe a little bit less downtime between the bursts than in American football, then. If that was actually... I think it's more than 2 seconds. Although I get the exaggeration. Oh right, the moslings are in the river, right? It's almost a joke. Yeah, I know. I know what you mean. It's a... If you actually watch... If you watch American football and you don't know what's going on, it absolutely feels like there's a an unreasonably long downtime between stuff happening. But I'm sure it isn't quite like that. It's just that I don't understand it. Oh, we only need 2 of these. Excellent. In that case, hold these. Well, some people like White Mage, some people don't. I like all jobs in Final Fantasy XIV. There's just some that I like a bit more. I think White Mage is fun, but the way that I make it more interesting for myself is that I focus a lot on trying to get the Blood Lily to land during raid buffs. Which does mean that you think a little bit more about, well, who's using raid buffs? When are they doing it? Is it about time for raid buffs? Should I get ready for that? Shouldn't I get ready for that? So on and so forth. I was thinking, why was it last time we went up this way that I had to use my high-level job to get safely here, but then I remembered I don't think I had flying yet? Something like that? Almost. We just need the one. Perfect. Exactly to the last point of MP. Right. So the peaks would be next. So this one has peaks. Does this one have peaks? Does not. That's all over on the other side of the world. Alright, Emir. Thank you for checking in. Let's do the Beast Tribe quests while we're here. Thank you, Renis. Hope you have a good evening as well. Well, as I said, I enjoy all of the healers. I don't think I dissed White Mage. I'm pretty sure I said that I have a way to make it more exciting. Are these new? In an effort to improve relations with Gridania, Captain Alpa has proposed a joint initiative to revitalize the Percipient One and cleanse the surrounding land. The Gridanians have offered to provide elixirs that will purify the soil, and we, for our part, have prepared a tonic to guard the roots from rot and decay. Pray take these 2 vials of tonic to the Percipient One and pour them onto its roots. Do you not find the heat of this bridge insufferable? Ah, perhaps not. You striders have shoes to protect your legs. As the sun rises in the sky, so too does the heat of this bridge. By high noon, it is like treading across hot coals. My sisters suffer burns from merely standing guard. Something must be done. Might I trouble you to collect mossling clumps from East End? Even 2 would more than suffice. You can find them along the banks of Timmenbeck. Caetsu, we recently received word of a carrier beset by beasts near East End. They're in our employ. Wait a minute, we did this one last week. Orion says, I've been using my fishing to get to places without fighting. Thanks to ocean fishing, it's already somewhere in the 70s, while my main job is like 66. Right, on your alt, right? I was like, wait, but you're max level, why would you need that? Yeah, I understand that some people would find White Mage boring. Absolutely. I understand some people find Summoner boring. I understand some people find Warrior boring. I had in my oh yeah, I had a joke about that in my what makes jobs difficult video. That what makes a job really difficult is if it's too boring. Because I've heard a lot of people actually genuinely say that. Oh wait, what did it say? A tonic with supposedly unrivaled preservative properties crafted by the Ananta. But that some people would say that the reason why a job is too difficult is because it's too boring or too easy, which indirectly makes it difficult because they can't pay attention. The thing is that there's a difference between it's too difficult jokingly because I find it too difficult to pick it up because I find it boring. That doesn't make it difficult. Compared to some players that actually said that they found jobs that were otherwise easy too difficult, like Warrior, because there was too much emptiness in the rotation. So like they would get distracted, they would forget what they were doing, where jobs that are a lot more active at all times were way easier to play for them because it kept their attention. Which is a lot better of an argument, isn't it? Zip says, I have a way to make all healers 10 times more exciting. It's called using rescue to create sacrifices. Well, it is fun right up until you accidentally yoink the wrong person, right? And they really get mad at you. Then it isn't fun anymore. What the? The gatekeeper sent you? Oh, what a relief. I'll have to thank them when I return to the Castellum. The beasts of this place have grown bold with the Imperials gone. I'll need to be more cautious if I'm to deliver more supplies. I'm pretty sure we did this one last week. And that's how it goes with repeatable quests, right? Fila says, you remember the first boss in Hullbreaker Isle? The banana mechanic? Yes, I do. What about it? Are you wondering how to deal with it? You are returned. The deed is done, then. Excellent. It has been many moons since we have had need of such a potion. Its preservative properties allow plants to thrive in even the harshest of conditions. Never did I imagine it would serve to nurture the percipient one. Return to its former glory will take time, as well as additional treatments of our tonic. I trust we can count on your aid when we have need of it again. There you are. Were you able to find any mosslings? The sprungy remains of a woolly mossling. My sisters will be pleased to see these. With a little work, they will make for fine towels. You will be hard-pressed to find material more absorbent. Towels made from this can easily last through a full day's work to keep our skin cool. Would that they did not wear out so quickly. Should we have need of more, and I am certain we will, I hope we can count on you again for assistance. Look, Lalafels. One of them is blind. Feelers, as I used my rescue on the bard because they were spamming the banana. I was healing them and they lashed me saying, does it hurt now? Are there damage now? That is really, really mean. Did you wipe from that? The thing is that doing stuff like that is like, because it sounds based on the way that you explained that they were talking, it sounds like they were 100% aware that they were intentionally ruining it, like they were making it harder for you for no reason, right? Like, the fact that they pointed out that, like, they actually clarified that they were aware that the bananas gave it more damage means that they knew what they were doing was making the fight harder for everyone, which means that they were intentionally failing the mechanic, which is grieving, which is actually something that goes under this one. It goes here. If you find it annoying enough. Like that's the key thing, is that you can report other players for relatively mild offenses if you want to, but there's a difference between reporting someone because you can and reporting someone because they actually annoyed you and harassed you, right? But yeah, just keep that in mind. Don't grieve with strangers, right? Like, if you're in a full pre-made and you're all in on the joke, like, have fun, go for it, but don't mess with the random if there is anyone. You don't know if they're having a bad day, for example. Like, leave them alone. Play correctly if you have randoms in your group. Don't mess with it just because you can. Because they are actually in their right to report you if you're intentionally messing up mechanics. Intentionally is the key word here. It's not reportable to mess up a mechanic. It's not reportable to mess up a mechanic. But it technically is reportable to intentionally wipe the group. Like, maybe not the first time. But it also depends on context, as I said. If you're wiping the group intentionally because you think it's funny, then that is griefing. If you're wiping the group because, like, you know, something happened in the fight, it is no longer beatable, then that is not griefing. So context matters. But yeah, just keep that in mind, Fila. That that player doing that is not okay. But awesome that you made it through anyway. And Miral says, getting rescued by your friend into an AoE keeps you sharp. Fair point. The important thing here being that it's your friend doing it. Having a random casting rescue on you into an AoE just makes you fear randoms. You don't know when they mess with you. Whereas there's a good chance you have an idea of when your friends are up to no good. It's incredible how many players think it's funny to do that, by the way. I don't think I've ever rescued anyone into a mechanic for the lols. I just prefer to do the mechanic right and save my rescue to help someone if they need it. Yeah, I think I've talked about that before. That the humor in rescuing someone into their death does not nearly, not even close to outweigh the enjoyment inherent in saving someone with rescue. Hey, wait a minute. I'm really quick, I can finish my hunt here. This is a random fate with exactly the mob that I'm looking for? Convenient. There you go. Nice. Did we have anything else in the peaks? Nope. We didn't have anything in the logs, I don't think. Oh, Ruby C, Yangsha, and SM Step. In that case, we go to Ruby C next. Oh, and there's Beast Tribe quests here. We might just pick those up while we're here. Tonight we dine in shells. We did that one last week. Yep, we did that one last week. We also did that one last week. That one is also one we did last week. Kitsuneko, I'm actually pretty confident that you would know immediately if you got rescued. Have you ever been hit by, like, been dragged by rescue? Like, ever? Because it's unmistakable. Like, I'm pretty confident you would recognize it. Because the thing is, so when you use Shikuchi, it happens like that, right? When you're dragged by rescue, you see the animation play on you, and then your character does like the slipping motion, and then you get like pulled gradually over. Like, it's not like wham and then you're there. You get dragged over to your destination. It's very, very slow, all things considered. So you would have known if you got hit by, if you got dragged by rescue. I'm pretty sure you would. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I noticed that one too, Vila. It's just mid-run, I was like, are they going to just leave? Is that going to work? And then I got smacked, and then he just like, whoop, went back again. Don't sell yourself short, Kitsuneko. I'm pretty sure you would notice that one. Don't sell yourself short. Leave it to Lalafels to do that. Ah! I managed to do the lag swift cast there, but I didn't want to do that, so that wasn't actually very helpful. How did I manage that? Down there, right? And those over there. Asen Kaikyo. Well, probably one of those. Where's the flying sharks? Fila says, do we have any more Lalafels in our community? Well, Sip is one. Chief, so Tristan is also one. Tristan is one. Chief Bart, Milo Tuk Tuk is one. Is Tristan on YouTube, I believe. Do we have anyone else? I think we do. Does Smol Kai not count? Where do you find the flying shark? Do you find it underwater? Like in a weird bubble, underwater bubble? No, you don't. You find Yumemi. Maybe Uber in the other bubble. Why are there flying sharks in Final Fantasy XIV? Like, why is that a thing? Well, we wanted fish and we didn't want underwater combat, so... you know. Are there flying sharks here? No. Well, then where are the flying sharks? Oh. Gilano's got me covered. Thank you. And it's pretty funny, because I have one target that it's like confidently telling me, like these ones, oh, they're down here. And then the flying sharks, they're like, I don't know, somewhere here. And ironically, they're actually closer than the flying sharks. What's with that? How many did I need of those? 2. Oh. I also need sharks. It's a shark! It's a flying shark! Now where's the... oh, there they are. Who needs cast times anyway? Thank you, Gelano. Did we have anything else? It's Yangsha. Ruby C. Oh, there they are. The quest, the red bookan, and then up there. I think that was very lucky, Fila. It's just exact timing and everything. Ow. Oh, there's more of them. Is there more of them? Oh, is that it? Oh, Kitsuneko joined a cosplay competition. So what are you cosplaying? Oh, I think our companion leveled up. Interesting choice in the... I'm not sure what that actually does. Now. More accuracy. I guess. A red Bukan. Well, two of them. We need two of them. One red Bukan. There's one there. Yeah, finally we have a... oh! Mila says, what accuracy does? Well, now I am Caecil can tell where Smol Kai is better than before. Aha! That's a pretty good one. Oh look, another one. Interesting. Apparently either my companion leveling up or me choosing a skill actually reset its 30-minute timer, because that was like 17 minutes and I did not give Caecil more food. Interesting. Yangsha and Yangsha. Right. Do the quest. And then we go to Yangsha. Welcome back, Emir. We're very close to level 67. Got a nice dinner. Great. That is nice. Pickles of partnership. What do you get at 60? Do we not get anything at 68? Huh? Really? Nothing? Well, that's boring. If I remember correctly, 68 was when you used to unlock a trait that made it so that freeze gave 1 umbral heart or something like that. And then since they moved that way down, it's just gone now. You just get nothing instead. This guy says sometimes level abilities are hidden in other traits. Sometimes, but either they're in traits or they're here. Absolute certainty, I can guarantee you that. So the fact that I can't find it means that it's not there. But typically, if you get nothing at like... Oh, nice robe. That looks familiar, doesn't it? If you get nothing at like a 2-level increment after a Realm Reborn, then it's almost always like... I could almost guarantee you that the reason is that the thing that you used to get there either A, was removed entirely, B, was changed to something else, or C, was moved to a lower level. For example, at level 68, you used to get that freeze gives 1 umbral heart. And at level 72, you used to get this whole feature where your spells don't act like the opposite element spell doesn't cost anything. And things like that. Irika says, I have kind of a cool update. I've officially got my Red Mage kitted out for Savage Raiding, including Pentamelts. Nice! Do you have a static to play with, or are you going on your own? Yeah, sometimes it feels like what you're actually getting when you level up is hidden somewhere. If you're getting nothing and you level up and you get something anyway, it's usually because they're here. It's very rare, if ever, that there's nothing. Like, nothing indicating what you're getting. I don't think... I'm saying rare because there might be exceptions, but I do not know a single exception. You joined a static working on P9S. You procced all the way to 11 strike on your first few tries. Nice! Mimia says, here's a tip for savage raiding, just don't. Well, if you want to savage raid, then go for it. The important thing is that you're savage raiding because you want to, and not because you want the gear or something like that. If you're only savage raiding for the gear, then every single step on the way to doing savage raiding is going to feel like a nuisance. Like, wiping on a boss means that it's going to take longer for you to get gear, not that you're going to have fun like learning the boss because you don't care. Having to re-clear is tedious because you don't actually want to, you just want the gear, and so on and so forth, right? The important bit is that you're savage raiding because you think it's fun. Because if you're not doing it for the fun of it, then it's just going to be annoying. Erica says, it feels like solving a puzzle combined with a Souls boss. Fair enough. That is a pretty good way to say it. And Sip says, the reason you aren't doing savage raiding is because you either don't want to or because the time you play isn't when others play. Well, Sip, you could try to look if there's any statics in EU that plays at a time that works better for you. I'm pretty sure you haven't tried. for me personally, I don't care enough about Savage raiding itself to put together a static. But if I have a friend group that like wants to Savage raid and we have, you know, the people to do it, then I'm a lot more inclined to give it a try because I want to play with my friends. But don't care that much about Savage raiding on my own. Where did you look, Sid? It is a nice mount. Fortunately, the game becomes like the old content becomes more easily accessible as the game as the content becomes old. So maybe one day. Sid says, I do not remember. There's supposed to be a site that has all the listings, but I can't remember it. Nope. Nope. Not true. Not true. There's a site that you can access, I believe, by doing this, and just visit website. That one includes all of the raid teams that choose to advertise there, specifically, which is not all of them. In fact, it's probably only a portion of them. You could also, you know, go here, scroll down, and see, and sometimes they'll advertise there. But that is also not all of them. You could also try and look for Discord servers where people advertise this. But that would also not be all of them. You could go to subreddits and see if you can find some, but that would also not be all of them. That's why I'm saying, what have you tried? It's not easy to find the right, because it's scattered like this is part of the reason why it's difficult to find one. Umia says, what are you gonna do about me making fun of White Mage? Hit me with that critical 1 damage auto attack that most healers have? Actually, only Black Mages have a critical 1 damage auto attack. White Mages do more. For some reason. Two damage. I can't remember how much they do, but they do more than 1. I believe Astrologians do 2 damage with their card swipes. Ebisu Catfish. Did you know that the Ebisu Catfish teaches a Blue Mage spell? Do you know that? No, that's quite tanky. Oh, do they also teach Tingle? I couldn't remember if they taught too. Or is it a different one they also teach? Oh, they do teach Tingle as well. Well, there you go. They teach the 2 of the 3 spells you need for the combo. Guy and the Marble. Well, you know, Ymir, I know it's just a joke, but you do know that Sip might actually end up in a group with you at some point. So it's not an empty threat that he's saying he might pull you off with rescue at some point. However, on the other hand, there's also the very real possibility that he was going to do that without you making fun of White Mage. So, you know. I'm thinking we're finishing up the hunt marks, and then I'll see if there's anything we can anywhere left. Is there anywhere left? We have the peaks and the locks. I'm pretty sure those are both beyond level 67. I think I saw the peaks was 68 for more ether current quests. But then we'll do a Black Mage quest, and then we will do some daily roulettes. And those that want to come along, you can come along. I'm pretty sure the Halgai are over here. There they are. 3 of them. We'll just rescue him. Ooh. What happens? What happens if 2 healers rescue each other at the very same moment? Cuticles assemble! They swap places with each other. Do they? Wouldn't they, like, place each other, like, right next to where they were? I'm pretty sure that's what happens, isn't it? That's my guess. That if you have a healer there and a healer there and they rescue each other, then they'll probably end up like that. Hey Tristan! Hope you're doing well. And I'm pretty sure that it would be like that. So A pulls 1, so 1 lands at B, and 1 pulls A, so A lands at 2. Something like that. I haven't been in the situation of it actually happening, so I'm also guessing. Ymir says, my healer ult will probably be in Shadowbringers by the time the next mount farming stream happens. Maybe. They would be able to skip knockbacks as well. I'm pretty sure they would absolutely get knocked back. Depending on the exact timing of the rescue. They might just get knocked back in the middle of the pull and then promptly fall to their deaths. How many commands do you need to get the crown? 1,500 if I remember correctly. Or you can get the crafter one, which I believe just requires you to have crafted a bunch of stuff. But if you want the big crown, then you need to do both things. That is pretty clever, Tristan. Isn't it just incredibly convenient that every time I fight something I have precisely the MP needed to kill the mob? And precisely the amount of time to cast all of my firefalls? So convenient. Right, so... we'd finished that. Oh, we hadn't finished this. We could finish this. Is there any reason to? Are there anything in dungeons? There is stuff in dungeons. Do I even have Wanderer's Palace? No. Well, that explains that. Optional dungeon. Let's do the job quest then. Ymir says, I want the crown because I end up having to help people constantly, so I might as well make it official. Well, I think if you don't have the commands, part of the problem might be that if you're not playing the same character all the time, it like spreads the commands that you do get extremely wide across your characters. Whereas if you just played the one, it might be easier. I'm pretty sure my main has over 4,000 commands. Caetsu, I trust you have not been shirking your studies. Mistress Shoto's expects much of us, and would not disappoint her. For my own part, I've called out her intently time and again within my mind in hopes of conveying any and all knowledge that might avail in staving off this impending disaster. Though she does not respond, and I have the distinct sensation that she is listening in some way or another. Doubtless she will return when she sees fit, but in the meanwhile we can ill afford to bide our time, and so I've taken Shia Nelha's advice. I can just see the smug grin on his face as I say that, and reached out to our friends. Not moments ago, a post-mogul came by with a missive from our friend, the Tsar of the 269th Nice Order. As luck would have it, it seems he has knowledge that might serve us well, to wit, reports of recent sightings of rampaging golems. I would ask that you go on ahead and see what he knows. I will call for that a holier-than-thou hero and join you shortly. Not that I'm enamored of his company, far from it, but his insights have proven to be not altogether useless on occasion. Nikolai says, you're turning more and more ginger, mates. Come join the dark side. I don't think I'm turning more ginger, it's just the light that makes it look like that. But wouldn't that be wild? Oh, bacon bread. Wait, where are they? Oh, over here.
Caetsu, it has been eons, eras, ages, eons. I've heard that the spirit of the legendary Chatoto comes alive again inside Lalai. But could this wondrous tale possibly be true?
It is indeed, friend Daza. She is a capricious type, though, and wakes only when she has a mind to. A fact that I've explained some 700 times to this mutton-headed hero who insists beyond all reason that I should be able to summon her at will.
You do me discredit, Lalai. I merely suggested that if there were some means by which we could summon Chatoto at our own convenience, rather than waiting for her to come forth of her own accord, it might serve us in facing the dangers ahead.
Summon her? You speak of the illustrious founder of my art as if she were a mere serving girl. You'll watch your tongue in the presence of your betters, Zayanilha, lest...
Hands into the hat. I meant no disrespect. I do not deny the power of your art, nor the good it can do in the right hands. I am simply...
Too stubborn and stupid to fully accept it? Oh well, I suppose none of us are perfect. Myself excluded, of course. 269th, nice. Order Mendicant Daza, I presume. Tell me all you have seen or heard about this rampaging golem.
Are my eyes to be believed, trusted, sworn by, believed? Is this truly the great Chatoto who stands before my eyes? Yes, yes, it must be. I mean, but of course, my lady. Yes, yes, Daza will tell all he knows. I saw a strange golem, odd, curious, strange, wandering in the tangle. And that is not all. It was no ordinary golem, no, but rather the same one I saw in a tome handed down from my forebear Dagu, a golem of ancient Ma.
One of my own creations. Why, that is simply inconceivable. I designed them to be utterly rampage-proof and left copious instructions to ensure that my loyal apprentices, and their apprentices, and so on and so forth, would see they stay that way.
Mayhap your followers were not so diligent in carrying out your orders after your passing. We all know of the chaos and destruction wreaked by Maki sorcerers during the War of the Magi. I suspect that poring over age-old documents on the upkeep of golems was the least of their concerns. Forgive me my doubts, Lady Chatoto, but you seem quite partial to your creations. And your countrymen. If we were to find ourselves locked in combat with a golem of Ma, do I have your assurance you would not hesitate to strike down our foe?
You do not trust me. Trust us. This I know. I'm not deaf to Lalai's ceaseless grumblings. So be it. You cannot help being a simpleton, no more than I can help being the greatest intellect of any era. That old coot, Kukruka, told me what became of Maki after my passing when he communed with me a century ago. Do you think I deny the senseless destruction caused by my descendants? With the art I myself wrought, no less? Of course not, for I, unlike some of my present companions, am not a bloody fool. But even a fool must understand that a tool is only as good or evil as she who would wield it. So answer me this. What could I possibly stand to gain from standing idly by as my own creations wreak havoc on the realm I once called home?
I will grant that there is some sense in what you say. In any event, we thank you for your assistance, Dazar. Rest assured that we shall see to the rogue golems before any harm befalls you and yours. To the tangle!
Does that overdweller never lighten up? It must be so tiring living each day carrying around a brain of solid stone. Burdensome, wearisome, tiring.
You can say that again, my synonym-abusing friend. Caetsu, you know the man better than I, and for that, I pity you. Is there nothing we can do to buy ourselves a moment's respite from his inane quibbling? Whatever do you suppose is bothering his puny mind? Mayhap he worries for Lalai. Yes, I have observed this as well. Smaller minds are quick to burden themselves with hand-wringing concern for the well-being of others, as if it were not evident that the girl is more than capable of taking care of herself. In either event, if he insists on tagging along with us, I suppose it would not hurt to win him over, if only so he does not foul things up at the worst possible time. Anyhow, I do believe we have some golems to smite into oblivion. The Tangle, was it? I'll see you there, and do try not to get lost on the way. Rude? Nikolai says, I'm weirdly annoyed by Final Fantasy XIV's massive quest accepted! In my mind, I yell it loudly. Go for it. Ymir says, does anyone know any good artists who I can commission a drawing of Ymir and Isabel going on a date? I don't know. It depends on what art style you would want, I suppose. I only know one, like, good artist, and I don't know if that would be like if that would be the art style you would go for, you know, the person that made the emotes on the channel. I could give you the name of them, but I don't know if that is your first, second, or third choice for that matter. These lands were far more dry and agreeable in my day, but I suppose much can change in 2 millennia, especially without me around to keep things in order. But this is no time to get caught up in nostalgia. We have golems to smash, and search for. Not necessarily in that order, I suppose. Yes, I can sense particularly strong etheric energies coming from that direction. I will accompany Shatoto to ensure that she remains focused on the task at hand. Might you survey the area south of here? These environs afford our foe no end of hiding spots, and I'm ill inclined to walk into an ambush. I'll put a link on Discord for you then, Ymir. Or I can also put it here. Nisa. For anyone that needs some artist work. Oops. Hey, Eska. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, if you do choose to do something with Nissa, you're welcome to mention that I brought them up, but you don't have to. I don't stand to gain anything from that, but maybe they would be interested to know that that there's someone that actually points people that way. You look far and wide, but can discern no sign of golems, rampaging or otherwise. Return to the southwestern reaches of the Tangle and see how Shatoto and Cheyenne fare in their search. Ymir says, wait a minute, does the catboy like the Lala girl? Maybe? Maybe. Maybe. What do you mean, Eska? Do you think that a catboy eating a taco wouldn't make the internet explode? If only this body were my own, I would have razed that oversized block of stone to the ground. I suppose I should thank you for coming to my aid. Had I lost consciousness in the midst of battle, I would certainly have been done for. And poor Lalai with me. No, Lady Shatoto, it is I who owe you a debt of gratitude. Had you not drawn the creature's initial strike, I would surely have met an inglorious end, but that is not the least of my failings. It is my fault, and mine alone, that we were caught unawares. Though it shames me to say so, my eyes were on you when they should have been watching out for our enemy. Who is this sorceress who wields such frightful power? Does she truly mean to save our realm, or will she destroy it? These thoughts continue to haunt me. But no more. Seeing you risk your life for me, a humble hero you have only just met. I say this with no reservations. You are a paragon of virtue, and a model to all mages, white or black.
Why, I do believe those are the most intelligent words I've heard you utter yet. Keep talking like that, and I might yet learn to tolerate your presence. But if you think that means I'm going to give you your precious lie back, you'd best think again. We still have a falling star to fend off, do we not?
My precious lalai? I have not the slightest idea what you might be implying.
You wouldn't, would you? Was it not your grand dream to see the white and the black, the arts of healing and destruction, united for the common good? So says Lalai, at the very least. Is the girl not an invaluable piece to the future, you would realize?
This is all well and true, but invaluable and precious have different connotations. Mayhap not in your time, but the meanings of words evolve over time, you see, and... What I'm saying is, of course, Lalai is a friend and an ally, but the same could be said of Caetsu here, and... Which is not to say I do not want to see her again, of course, only that... Oh, never mind. At any rate, I do believe we've done all we can here. Lady Shatoto, please forgive me for having doubted you. Henceforth, I promise I will aid you in whatever way I can. And with that, I do believe I must be off. Somewhere. Hey? One last thing, if I may, Lady Shatoto. While you are awake and speaking with us, what becomes of Lalai's consciousness? That is to say, is she still in there, listening?
What a curious question. She is slumbering in the recesses of her mind, much as I am when she's awake, but to answer your question, no, she's not listening, though we do have some rather stimulating conversations from time to time. If you'd like, I can share the details.
No, I mean, never mind. I really must be getting off to... Right, that place I was going.
Are all men in this era so odd? At any rate, I feel my consciousness beginning to wane. Lalai will be waking from slumber ere long, and I would return to Ul'dah before she does. I suggest you do the same. Your friend has much she wishes to discuss with you.
I will also have to dry my robes. I'm just over here like soaking up the entire lake. Eska says, I want the new caster DPS to be Octopath 2's version of Arcanist, which was a class that focused on various dots and debuffs, or buffs, and also have some insane damage magic. Well, I mean, I also would like to see a job focused on dots and debuffs. That's what I've said too. I am not necessarily demanding that the mage has to be the one that is that. The melee DPS that we know that we're getting could also be the one. I just want one that is focused on dots and debuffs.
Welcome back, Caetsu. As you might have surmised, it is I, Lalai. Mistress Shatoto returned to her repose not moments ago. Before drifting off to slumber, she imparted to me some details regarding what she sees as the next phase of our task. To wit, she would have us venture further afield to investigate any golem menaces that might be stirring out of earshot. Eyeshot. Speaking of menaces, whatever became of that stone-headed hero? I suppose it is too much to hope that Mistress Shatoto finally set his robes alight? He seems to have feelings for you. I will assume I misheard you, Caetsu. On the off chance I did not, pray inform the man that he had best not act upon these feelings in my presence, lest I feel like scourging his precious flowing locks from his scalp. Anyhow, I trust you will keep me informed if our hero friend exhibits any more impertinent behavior. I will think of suitable retribution. I dare say putting him to sleep and hiding his glasses would send a clear message, and be rather amusing, no less. In any event, I should return to my research, as should you. Sir Toto will doubtless call upon us before long, and our powers must be primed for the occasion.
Oh, whoops. 68. Well then. Well, the thing is, Eska, that I've talked about this before, but in my opinion, by like Stormblood, like when I started playing Final Fantasy XIV, as you leveled up Summoner, the focus on the dots became less and less. Like when you were max level, there was like way more focus on like bursting with Bahamut and all that. It felt like the dots were like a footnote. Like, well, in A Realm Reborn, we added the dots, so we kind of have to build on them. But it's kind of restricting for the GCDs, like what spells we can fill into the rotation if the summoner has to like repeatedly reapply their dots. What if we had this ability called Try Disaster that just applies them for you? I think that one came in Heavensward? Or was it in Stormblood? I can't actually remember. But by Stormblood, you could apply your dots with Try Disaster quite regularly, and in Shadowbringers, you did that more often than you actually manually applied your dots. So it was like not really like it wasn't really a dots job anymore. It was just it had dots that existed on your target typically. So it's been a long time since Summoner really was a dot job, but I still think that it's an archetype that is missing. Ymir says, I can't wait for Summoner to be a tank in 7.0. Could you imagine? They just randomly just rework one of the mages to be a tank, just because. Right, so I was thinking doing leveling roulette. Does anyone want to join me? In that case, I will be right back. Then you have a chance to actually figure out if you want to come and also get here. Alright, I'm back. alright, Emir. That's alright. There's also, I had a feeling that would be the case, that you wanted something different. Which was why I said I could suggest them, but yeah. Right. As I said, if anyone wants to join me for leveling roulette, then I'm starting the queue in just a moment. Boruto Uzumaki. Well, technically that is his name. Maybe find something to repair. I don't know if Boruto is bad. The thing is that I stopped watching it relatively early, which might be a sign that it isn't great. But I didn't watch much. Oh. A wild sip, indeed. That is going to be a problem. I can't res you. What do we do now? Yeah. Plains Cracker. I think it's the three of us. I don't think we had a fourth that wanted to come. Is that right? That's fair. Then we'll go with the people we have. It's just that, you know, when you have 4, you can do the limited roulette thing. That's fine. We don't need it. It might be fun to get some random low-level one. Oh, that is very lucky. Like, the only thing better than this would be like Doma Castle or Bottom's Middle. Welcome back, Orion. Does that mean you have had food, or does it mean that you're almost about to have food? You also ate the food. Okay. I hope it was good. You just barely missed us going into leveling roulette. In case you wanted to come, that is. We're doing more roulettes afterwards, so like if there's anyone in the stream that wants to come along for some roulettes, just, you know, make your way to Alpha Lights, and then you can join up if you want. Hey Newells, hope you're doing well. Why do they... Muriel says, why do they call it an oven? If you off in the cold food of out heat the... What? What? I don't get that one. I'm guessing it's a joke that I haven't heard. I messed it up. It was supposed to be off out hot eat the food. What? that is a difficult sentence to even say. Wasn't this boss supposed to be doing something? There was like markers coming over our heads. Did it just decide not to do it? Or what's going on here? That is an upgrade. Yeah, it sounds like that's the case, Ryan. Gilano said the same thing in the team, or in the party chat. Thank you. I wasn't sure, it's just weird that like the mechanic was looking like it was happening. I think after this one, I was thinking of doing the 50, 60, 70, 80 roulette. Which means that after that one, we might do like trials and alliance raid, and then we can have a bunch extra people. But I'd want to bring as many as we can. Why can't you comment people in your party? I think it's because then you could you could abuse it in a way. I think that is the only reasoning that it could somehow be abused. And if you're saying that sounds really difficult to abuse and why does it matter? Doesn't matter. But I have a feeling that some players would find a way to abuse it. Actually, Miro, maybe get your mentor spot speedrun. If you could commend players in your party, there could literally be like party finder groups where they just like spam the like something like Ifrit normal, and then they give you all three players in the group gives you their commend, and you pay them guild to do it. That could be a thing. Uh-oh. I'm coming back. Oh boy. This is an awkward fight to be a black mage. Or you could also do it with guild heads. The point is that if you could commend your party members, then people would find a way, like it would be possible to sell commends intentionally. Whereas while you have to have as it is now, you can only commend strangers. So the only way for people to do that would be to like at the end of the dungeon be like, oh, do you want to buy my commend? But it doesn't really work like that, right? It would be a lot harder to do that. So I think that is the reason. Needlemere says, how would you deal with slow tanks, as in those tanks that don't use sprint? Usually, like, if I'm the healer and the tank isn't really pulling very fast, for example, then I might suggest that they can pull more. If they aren't using sprint for that, then that's their choice. But if they're not pulling much, I might suggest they pull more. If I'm a DPS, then I don't have a say in the matter. I will kill whatever it is that they actually pull, and that will be that. It's not my problem. It's the tank and the healer's problem. Like, yeah, I would like for them to pull more if I'm like a DPS and I feel like we could clearly pull more. But I don't know how the tank and the healer's feeling, so I'll leave that up to them to decide. And if they're not using sprint, explaining to them how to use sprint effectively might take longer than, you know, a single dungeon, so it wouldn't actually change much if I started pestering them about it during the dungeon. So I don't see much help there either. So that's why I'm like, I would probably just do nothing and just play the game. But I do understand why it can be annoying, especially if they're not using sprint, like they're just casually strolling through the dungeon. No reason to do that, right? No reason to do that. Just DPS harder. Oh yeah, true. You can finish the dungeon faster by just nuking harder. Like, just solve the problem on your end. That is, of course, a joke. Yeah, I see what you mean, Nilmir. The way that I usually deal with that is that basically, once a fight is over in a dungeon, any buffs that I might feasibly be able to carry over to the next fight is a bonus. Like, those are just free bonus. I'm not going to assume that I'm getting anything, because I might not get anything. So if I get something, then it's like, it's bonus, free extra damage that I don't have to reapply my buffs. By viewing it that way, I, instead of getting annoyed that I don't get to bring my buff, I get excited that I do get to bring my buff, right? Change the negative of not getting your present that you weren't promised to making a positive that you do get a present that you weren't expecting. Maybe that helps. I don't know. Is that an upgrade? It is not. Is that an upgrade? It is not. But yeah, I think that's my best advice there, is just try and look at it in a positive light. But it is annoying. Like, I'm not saying that it's not annoying when you're like walking behind a slow tank. Like, if I'm tanking, like, I'm just going to be clear, if I'm tanking and the healer's just spamming cure and they don't have to do that, that's annoying. But I usually only confront them about it once, because if they don't get it the first time, they're not gonna get it the second or third time, so there's no point, like, pestering them repeatedly with it. It's not going to change anything. If they don't get it when I say you can attack more the first time, then they're not going to attack more. So I usually only try once. The same thing with healing. If the tank only pulls one pack at a time, if I tell them you can pull more and they don't, then asking them again is not going to change anything. So, yeah. Neska says, small pulls just means I can not... Whoops. Means I can not heal and use only Guardian. That's in here. Next one I was going to do is 50, 60, 70, 80. And then we have some that are like more than 4 players. And then Orion can also join. And anyone else that wants to be. As long as you don't use rescue to try and force the tank forward, because the thing is, just on the subject, if your tank isn't pulling more and you're the healer and you want them to, what's going to happen if you yank them forward, like unannounced, is the tanks that might pull more anyway will just pull more. Like they'll just go, okay then, if you insist. But the tanks that genuinely don't want to pull more, for any reason, like the thing is, sometimes the tank will pull less, I will tell them, I've got your back, you can pull more, it's fine. They will refuse to do it. They might have a reason. They are just not choosing to say it. But if you then yank them forward, what's going to happen is maybe you're going to pull them into the next pack. Maybe you are, but if you're not, they might just run back. They'll just run back. He'll just go, well, I was fighting these, and now you are the one that was being annoying, right? So don't do that. There's no point in doing that. Unless it's your friend, that's a different story. Like if you're on voice comms or something, then do what you like. Emir says, wait, the other genders have different idols with weapons out? Male and female often have different poses for their idol poses with weapons. Lalafels and sometimes Regadons especially also have unique poses with weapons on top of that. Like, there's just additional ones. Lalafels, for example, actually have unique running animations for a lot of weapons. Partly because the jobs, like, you know, if you have any race that is reasonably tall, or not a Lalafell, run with a Black Mage staff, they can typically run with it, like, actually vertically, and it's still fine. Meanwhile, Lalafells, they kind of have to get a little weird with it. Right. Oh, my portrait is probably broken. There we go. Well, the thing is, Eska, that if you already have a significant lead, then turning your stance off and shirking the healer is not going to do anything. Simply because it only moves 25% of your enmity, so you still have 75% of it, which is usually more. No, keep up the leg. Level 50 Black Mage time. Duh. That was a wasted mana font. Oh well. Ow. think I'm going to level up from the first boss. And get nothing. Level 50 Black Mage is strange, Eska, I'll say that. I feel there's a lot of level 50 jobs that are easier, but level 50 Black Mage is a little weird because of how you have to like react to procs quickly. It also makes it very, very incompatible with latency, because if you have any amount of latency, then like more than like minimal, then you might not actually be able to react to your Firestarter procs when you get them. Which is going to cost you a lot over the course of a fight. But it is reminiscent of the slot machine joke with Dancer, where you don't have that much to worry about, you just click the procs. Which is a lot easier than playing Black Mage at high level. Hello, thank you for being in the correct position for me, so I didn't have to. Hey! I'm 68, do we have any gear? Oh, we do! Wait. Wow, we actually have the gear. And yeah, that's true, Gelano. They actually changed this dungeon somewhat as well. I believe they've changed all of the bosses a little bit, especially the final one. That is the saddest presence of mind. Yeah, your signature move is click the shiny button after you use fire. That is true, Eska. A very, very heavy focus on just react to procs. Note there's a ranged mob. Ow. There's also the part that when you're lower level Black Mage, you don't have to, like, you don't really need to care about the timer on your Astral Fire or Umbral Ice, because what you do always refreshes it, so it's not really a problem. Whereas once you get the higher level, like the Fire Force and that, you get spells that do like that are actually designed to almost spend the timer as a resource. I love getting interrupted by a random attack targeting me in particular. Ziv said the last time he did that pull, his party wiped. There's a lot of ads there. Good thing you guys had it covered, because I wasn't really sure if it was worth it for me to switch target at all. To be able to cast Flare again. Is that the one you mean, Eska? Hey Angel, hope you're doing well. Oh, I know the that trick works with the ether. Yeah, I wasn't sure if that was the trick, because like I don't know if it qualifies as a trick. Nope, I don't know about that, Eska. I don't feel like those flames ever caused me to lose a lot of frames. Am I still getting another 12 fire starters? Well, we're getting a decent amount of fire starters. I've actually, in this dungeon alone, I've gotten 2 fire starters exactly as the fight ended, so that it kind of just ticked out. Yeah, exactly. You can do Flare, Flare, Mana Font, Flare, Ether Font, Flare if you want to get a lot of damage. A big, big burst. The awkward part about doing it like that is that you have triple cast, but you don't have quadruple cast. So it might be better to go Flare, Flare, Mana Font, Flare, and then like the next set where you don't have Mana Font, you do Flare, Flare, Ether Flare instead, so that you can get the triple. What do you mean you can't do it for Despair? Yes, you can. Sure you can. If you want to, you can. I don't know why you would do 4 flares, like 4 Despairs like that. Or do you mean you can't do Despair, Despair, Mana Font Despair, Ether Despair? Because that's true. Despair will always eat all of your mana. It does not have the feature of eating your Umbral Hearts like Flare does, as far as I remember. Ooh, I can use Thunder on both of them for double the proc rate. That's a good idea. Anime diversion. No, animad version actually said it is what it said, I think. Animad version. Is there an I missing there? I'm pretty sure it should say anime diversion. That's what I said, Eska. You can, if you'd ever want to, use Despair 3 times in rather quick succession by making use of both Ethers and Mana Font. Not 4, because you can't get the double Despair from Umbral Hearts. On the other hand, I don't know why you would ever want to do that. I think the new version of the Midgardsormr fight is better than the old one. The old one felt like almost like too random and somehow like weirdly too technical. Like unnecessarily technical. Look at that. Does that not look familiar? She's no longer. No, she'll become pink in just a moment. I just need to figure out. So we do this, and then we do. We do this. And then we do this and this and this. Actually, do we have move? Do we have that? We do. And then we dye that too. Ta-da! Look, it's actually Smol Caetsu. Oh, you're having latency. I see. I believe there is a there is on live streams you can click a button on like if you like mouse over the video, there is like a live button. It is a button. I know it sounds weird, but it is a button. If the dot next to where it says live is gray, then it means what you're watching is not actually live. Like, that is, you are in the past. If you click the button, that says live, it will like turn on the red glowing dot, and it will like wind you back up to current time in the stream, so that you're sure that you're as close to the present as possible, which is still, you know, a few seconds behind. Usually. That sometimes helps. Isn't that a nice glamour? Eska says the Reaper relic looks weirdly good, dyed ruby red. I don't know, isn't it very green? You might be right. I usually don't discover many like color contrasts, because every time I pick up a relic I'm like, this could be pink. Absolutely, Angel. This die slot could be pink. Me, when they announced that we might be getting 2 die slots in the next expansion, double pink. Double pink. Ow. He said as he dodged the attack somehow. Yeah, apparently we're getting the ability to have 2 die slots in the next expansion. We're also getting a glasses equipment slot, by the way. That's something I've asked for too long. So I was almost not believing it when they said, yeah, we're getting that. For real. I might try some hats, you know. I believe the glasses slot is going to be just a glamour slot, like with no stats attached. But specifically such that if you want to, you can wear glasses and a hat. That was at least my impression of what they meant. Basically like the fashion slot that we have now. In a way, at least. Imagine killing the ads. Just kill the boss. Ow, I'm stunned. That looks pretty funny. Just don't be stunned. That is pretty smart. I should have done that. Oh yeah, we didn't use limit break, did we? Did we? I don't even remember. Did someone use Limit Break? Untelegraphed cleave busters. I'm pretty sure in Savage raids they don't have a marker often for tank busters. You just gotta know. And as we saw on the most recent tea time, where we saw the boss use... Well, they actually used a clear tank buster. Like, it was pointing at the tank that a tank buster was coming. And then the Dragoon did a backflip, like, in front of the boss. And then it had a line AoE. Oh, that's what you meant by untelegraphed. I thought you meant, like, the telegraph itself, you know, on the floor. You meant the cast time, which is technically also a telegraph. Oh! Look, we're team all into the belly! That's true, Eska. In A Realm Reborn, the general game plan was that bosses often had, like, just sudden tank busters. I believe the reasoning was that, like, my guess is that the logical explanation was that by making it so that all of the bosses would randomly do tank busters on you, you kind of just had to always try to have a defensive cooldown up, right? Like, the idea is pretty good. Like, you were incentivized to do the defensive cooldown cycling that you learn to do on trash packs nowadays on bosses, because you don't know for sure when the boss is going to hit you. But the problem is that you could figure out when the boss was going to hit you. Like, it was something you could eventually determine. Like, people figured out when exactly the timing was going to be. And then you just had to, like, know that. Like, it just became a burden of knowledge problem, which is not good. That is not good design. But yeah, like, a tank buster with no warning at all tends to just lead to, well, it's going to happen at a specific time. So you'll learn what that time is, which is just really mean for players that don't know it yet. It just makes the learning curve that much steeper. And then once you figure out, oh, there's a tank buster at that time, you just know it. Which isn't that, it's not that impressive or interesting once you've learned it. There's also the part that having those kinds of just sudden tank busters mean that it makes it nearly impossible for the tank to move anywhere, because you don't know for sure when the tank buster's coming out. If it's like a frontal cleave or something, then you just have to stand still. I believe there was a lot, it was not uncommon, based on what I could find, like research, that Titan Extreme, it was pretty common for the tank to just eat the bombs and stuff like that, because what are you gonna do? Move? You might cleave someone if you move. So it was just safer to do nothing and just take the hit. Because specifically the tank could survive taking the hit. I think there was also some really, really weird super jank with that, where people used it intentionally to somehow generate more limit break. Because of how limit break generation interacts with things. Like if the tank dropped really hard from the explosion, that gave the healer an opportunity to, you know, heal the tank from dangerous HP amounts, which technically generates a lot of limit break. Really, really weird stuff. Oh, whoops. Look, the double proc. Angel says, if boss cleaves and I see someone standing next to the main tank, I always tell people to not stand in front. Well, sometimes it's easier to just let people fail. That is often an easier way to make them get it. Unless they go, I don't know why I died. Which sometimes happens too. Yeah, my perspective on that subject is that if someone is doing a fight for the first time, one of the easiest ways to make them listen when you're giving advice is to let them fail, because people are a lot more willing to listen when you're explaining to them the difficult boss fight if you let them fail it first. Because if they failed it, then it means that your advice is necessary and not just you babying them and going, oh no, I'll explain the fight so you don't fail. It's quite incredible. This boss, as far as I know, they have not changed it at all. But they've added so many like modern markers that weren't in the game originally that it's like almost like the fact that you can actually see all of the mechanics because of the telegraphs being like modernized and showing makes it almost feel like a new boss. Like it's as if they've introduced a bunch of mechanics simply by virtue of people being able to recognize that there is actually a mechanic here. Which I think is really funny. Look, it's prominence. We gotta kill the prominence. Wait, there's more prominence. Where's the slimes? This is an awkward position to be in. I don't think this is going to be safe. But let's hope and pray that it is good enough. I think the throw up into the air happened over in the other side of the arena. Drag the Hydra to a wall? Is that what you meant, Angel? Sometimes. Sometimes. Sometimes they pull it to a wall. But it is Alliance Raid, so the simple answer is sometimes. Sometimes you have a tank that bothers. Sometimes you don't. Just like how sometimes you have a DPS or healer that gets targeted by this mechanic that knows to run off, like Sip does. And sometimes you don't. And sometimes you have a DPS that knows that you can cheese that entire mechanic. Sometimes you don't. Ooh. There you go. Very nice. And that is true, Eska, that we weirdly found the Cloud of Darkness at a convenient time for us. It's a pretty funny, like, story beat thing. I'm going to help in the belly, because I see not many people getting small. Is Cloud of Darkness still considered the strongest Void Sent, or was that by A Realm Reborn standards? It's pretty funny how the music is like muffled, as if like the battle music is actually coming from outside. Did we do the thing? That's correct, Eska. The stronger a Void Scent is... Well, the thing is that the stronger a Void Scent is, the longer it can take for them to reform. But there's also the thing that if the Void Scent is really, really strong, because it, like, consumed a lot of other Void Scent, when a Void Scent is defeated, those other Void Scent can sometimes just get away and become their own individuals again, which means that if, let's say, the Cloud of Darkness is comprised of a lot of Void Scent that it has consumed, then when it returns, it might not be nearly as powerful. Because all of the other Void Scent that it consumed from our power just kind of left. I'm pretty sure it works like that. Hey, the multi-proc. When you get the thunder proc into the fire proc into the thunder proc again. Who's acting as our avatar? That is a good question. A very good question. Who did we get? But I wonder if we will ever get the answer to that. And I'm thinking mainly because, given that job quest lines kinda stop nowadays, it's unlikely that we'll get any, like, closure on that front. The boss is just melting. What's going on here? It skipped a mechanic, I noticed. It normally, like, disappears for a moment to do the, like, the fake out laser beam thing. Didn't even do it. Eska says it would have to be somebody we have seen. Why? Why would it have to be someone we have seen? Haven't. That's true, and that means that we, like, given that our pact with our avatar is not going to end ever, we can probably assume that we will never know. Wow, it was just a group of 4 healers that got that spot. Ow. Unfortunately, a red mage sniped the LB2 instead, so we didn't get it. honestly, we had 2 samurai, so they should have had the honors of using limit break first. But it was a red mage, you know how it goes. Eska says it's very mutual too. Zero has some dialogue. If you are a Reaper, and she points out that your avatar is very much happy with its bargain. Oh, well, there you go. Well, we've already done the roulettes and we've done the dailies. Let me be right back, and then I'll figure out what we do next. You can hang out with the watcher in the meantime. Alright, I'm back. We could do we have one more job quest, but we actually need to do one more before it actually leads to anything, I believe. Because we need the level 71. And we can do, I think we can actually do the remaining ether currents. I think the Locks one is a level 69. But we can do the peaks ones, at least. But when we've done that, we can do like just spam dungeons is pretty much the most effective while doing like open world stuff to pass the time. Yeah, 69, nice. Just to get those things done. I think I want to check if we can actually get the ones in the locks. See, there's 4. That's not it. That sounds right. Yep, 69. Eske says there's a possibility that our avatar is our 13th shard. I mean, it could be. It could be. It could also be that Golbez is. Who knows? Is it? That's one. If I were a fish.
Lieutenant Chaiji, I presume? I've spoken with members of the Scions, and if I may be so bold as to ask, is it true that you learned some Far Eastern technique for moving underwater as freely as a fish?
Yes.
Then it was not an exaggeration? Incredible! Would you be willing to put that ability to use for us? If so, I have an agent stationed underneath those towering steps by the lock, who would dearly love to speak with you.
The only one who knows who wields a blade. It's a blade. I'll grab the quests, and then we'll figure out which ones are closest to do. It's a zoo out there. Lieutenant Chaiji, you're well known for your deeds as a soldier. On this day, however, I would call upon your broad experiences as an adventurer. As for the situation at hand, it would seem that part of our patrol route has been claimed as territory by a fearsome zoo nestling. Yet, we cannot simply choose to circumvent the area, lest we risk providing an unobserved entry point for Imperial soldiers, Imperial scouts. They're not here anymore, but don't worry about it. My men and I will gladly go toe-to-toe with any military opponent, but nothing in our training has prepared us to combat a foe which can soar through the ravines and swoop down upon us with impunity. My comrade here almost lost his arm to such an attack, and I fear it is only a matter of time ere the creature makes a kill, unless you kill it first. The nestling surveys its domain from a narrow pillar of rock to the northeast. Pray find this predator and end the threat to our patrols.
Adventurer! Adventurer! I need your aid in serving the souls of the dead!
What?
Pray excuse me, that sounded more dramatic than I intended. My name is Betha, by the way. You have probably heard how the Empire took great pains to quash the religions of this land for fear of the appearance of primals, but the Imperials even went so far as to forbid the harmless ceremonies folk performed to honor their fallen. As a result, the locks are now haunted by a host of restless shades who were denied their last rites, and sadly, brute force is the only way to banish them. I spent such spare time as I have sending these spirits onto the next world, but there's only so much one woman can do. Any aid you could offer would be greatly appreciated. You will find many an unquiet spectre roaming the tombs to the northeast. Pray send them on to their final rest.
You're Caetsu, aren't you? The famous soldier and adventurer? It might be that I'm asking about my station, but I could use your help with a bit of a problem. I've been tasked with rounding up a couple of nasty wavekin, and I have to admit to the fact that they're too much for me to handle. For a hero like you, however, I suspect they'd be not more than a spot of light exercise before dinner. Have you seen those monstrous jabbies crawling about south of the White Isle? I have some large hemp sacks you can use to drag them back here. Just be sure to tire them out a bit beforehand. Any fight left in them and they'll rip right through the sack with those spiky tails of theirs. Well then. Let's see. You know, Eska, that you can undo your comments, right? If you feel that it was too much of a spoiler that you've posted. Oh, we need to not kill it. We need to not kill it. Those kinds of quests are always kind of awkward. I need it alive. Dead. That's always funny. There's also a big difference between messing it up when it's like a minor inconvenience and when it's actually a big convenience. Like it's no more than I'll just pull another one. I think the best part about that is that I was like, we need to not kill it. I shoot my fiery explosions that doesn't kill it, and Ymir goes over and like slashes it with their blade. It doesn't kill it, and Gelano shoots a single arrow, just one, and it just plops dead on the floor. just one. Like. She doesn't know her own strength. But don't worry about it, Gelano. You couldn't know. As you said, stream delay. That's also why I just wrote I needed alive afterwards. Arrows are superior to blade. Who would have expected that? Hey, Coco. Hope you're doing well.
Ah, Lieutenant Chaiji. Lieutenant Dorothy said you might be on your way. Ready to get your boots wet? Are you? I should probably begin from the beginning. One of the soldiers we captured during the battle at Castrum Abania was concealing a map on his person. The map was marked with a curious symbol, but no matter how hard we cajoled or threatened, the prisoner would not tell us the symbol's significance. This naturally piqued the curiosity of our commanders, and they immediately ordered a search of the marked area. Now, the problem is that the area mostly covers the water, and we found nothing of interest up above. Meaning the secret, whatever it is, must be down below. We were eager indeed to enlist someone with your apparent talent for underwater exploration. I've circled the spot on your map that we'd like you to investigate. If it turns out to be something you can bring back, pray do so. Be careful down there.
Eska says, may I request an explanation for Blade? Yes, you may. So, on the first... So we've had 2 streams where we fought Golbez. On Golbez Extreme. And we've had 2 of those streams. On the first one, so one of the mechanics in the fight, even on normal, is that he will like charge up and then he'll cleave in front of him. On Savage, he will do it in front of him and then behind him, meaning that it's like swing, swing, almost immediately back to back. And given that I was on Discord with at least like half of the Savage of the Extreme Raid team, I was calling out mechanics. And yeah, like Memoria Misera, like a lot of fights actually. Like P5S has a mechanic like that, where it's like one like front and then back, or back and then front. But to make the call out for this mechanic, like I just said blade and then blade again, like blade twice. Remember, it's blade twice. Like always said blade twice. Like remember, you're going to have to move twice. And then it started becoming blade. Like just gradually moved from blade, blade, blade. And then it just became funny. And then people in chat started going blade and spamming the whoopsie emote alongside it. And that's pretty much the story, and that has just grown into like a meme where any sword is technically a blade, and any great sword is a great blade, right? And anything involving Golbez tends to devolve into reminding you that he's the fight with the blade. And that's pretty much the joke. And every time Lemon is present, that it tends to take even more focus, because I'm pretty sure Lemon was the origin of the meme almost. And that's also why Lemon gets tagged on Discord if blades are being mentioned. That's pretty much it. That's the story. It's not super creative. it's just funny. I think it's funny. And I'm glad that we have a little meme with Whoopsie Kai, and the Whoopsie emote, which is the one with the red eye, actually also has a backstory if you're interested in hearing that one. How deep do we have to go? Yeah, it's a channel in joke, pretty much. Kiss my raging blades. But yeah, if you want to see the origin of the blades meme, I'm pretty sure that it's to be found in the first extreme trial stream, which the VOD is on the channel, of course. We need to make a blade of light to defeat La Bread. The blah blah bread. But yeah, the origin story behind the Whoopsie emote is actually even older. Not surprising, I suppose. Wait, we have to kill those? Well, that does make things a lot easier. We can just kill them right here instead of going all the way up there. That's really silly. I found a quest. But yeah, the origin story of why the Whoopsie emote is called Whoopsie is that... Oh, there's that. Should we finish the fate? We might as well, since we're here, right? So back a long time ago at this point, I did mainly PvP streams. Oh wait, the Forlorn is here. We want to kill that. That makes the... I'm pretty sure it both makes this fate more valuable and also the next fate. Back then, when I did PvP streams, so at first, I mainly did Crystalline Conflict streams. So ranked Crystalline Conflict. And on a specific stream, I ran into the problem that basically the queue would not pop. Like, it just wouldn't. I sat there for 30 minutes, and then I gave up. And then instead, we went and did... then we instead went and did frontline for the rest of the stream. That particular stream, we were actually playing Paladin, if I remember correctly. But after that, I just replaced the Crystalline Conflict streams with frontline streams instead. Just did that instead. And the way that I went about it was that I would do a stream where I would play only one job that might sound familiar for the entire stream. And I still did that in frontline. And there was one where I played Samurai. And the Samurai limit break in PvP, for those that don't know, the way that it works is that you have an ability that... so you have an ability that reduces the damage you take, and it also marks anyone that hits you, does a little, like, weak retaliation damage, and applies a debuff to them that makes them take 25% more damage from you. But it also makes your limit break one-shot everyone that has this debuff. So the game plan for a samurai in frontline is, if you have limit break, is to use this buff to like protect yourself, trick people into hitting you, and then just targeting them and killing them. Because it just one-shots them. Which means that technically them dying is them mistakenly choosing to hit you, which means that it's their mistake, which means that they might go whoopsie when they die to it. Which is why I call the samurai limit break in PvP, you'd think it's called Zantetsuken, but it's actually called the whoopsie. Yeah, that's the story. And yeah, so originally we had an emote that was like, we had 3 emotes, one that said W-O, and then one that said O-P, and then one that said S-I-E, with like a pink slash through them for the whoopsie emote. Because I can't draw something really fancy, so I just did that. It got the point across. But when we then could draw something a little more impressive, I thought that Smol Kai with a glowing red eye seems fitting for the whoopsie. And then Nisa was very good at bringing that idea to life. They pretty much only got the description of what I wanted. No inspiring pictures or anything. I just said I just want this. And then they got pictures of all the other emote like inspiration, but I couldn't really demonstrate the whoopsie very well. And Angel says, "Have you played Rival Wings?" I have not. True, Eska. Anything of interest? An Imperial supply crate found sunk into the waters of Loch Seld. This looks like an Imperial material crate. I doubt anyone would bother sinking ordinary supplies, so I say we take a look inside. Noel's breath! This thing's filled to the brim with gems and jewelry! From what I can tell, these all seem to be of Guabanian design. In fact, I'd say this collection is of damn near royal quality. The bottom of a loch is not where I'd choose to keep such valuables, so it's safe to assume they were acquired in a less than honest fashion. Our prisoner likely hoped to hide them down there until his stint in the army was over. Rebuilding a country's an expensive job, eh? Alamigo's royal family is no more, but we should return these to our citizens nonetheless.
Thank you for braving those waters, Lieutenant Chaiji. Pray report to Lieutenant Dorothy, and I'll see that this crate is transported safely back to headquarters.
You get to play Brute Justice. Do you also get to hear Brute Justice trumpet music? The problem with Rival Wings is that unlike Frontline, it has no roulette attached to it, so people aren't really inclined to do it very much. Which makes it very difficult to find groups. How do we get up there? Like a path far away? But usually the way that Rival Wings ends up popping is that there's this community called Revival, among others, that basically, well, aren't you all funny? And they sometimes host sessions where they will just like go, okay, we're all doing Rival Wings at this time, which then means that the queue pops immediately because, you know, you have an entire army ready to go. I believe they call it Revival Wings. But yeah, basically, because there's not really any incentive to queue for Rival Wings on a random day, people don't really do it. Which means that it is about as common for it to happen as, like, have you ever tried queuing for Binding Coils of Bahamut and it actually popping? That's pretty much the level of non-queue, because there's no roulettes that will do it. Exactly, they will never ever pop. And your main motivation to do it is fun. And you know how it goes with content in Final Fantasy XIV that you're doing for the sake of just doing it, right? Typically doesn't like inspire the greatest of motivation from players, right? People tend to find something better to do. There are players that go, I love the Criterion dungeon. I wish I could do it more. And, you know, I will turn to them and go, so why aren't you? And they go, well, it doesn't give any good rewards, so why would I? Because fun?
Welcome back, Lieutenant Chaiji. Was there aught to be found? A fortune in stolen jewelry, was it? That explains the prisoner's unwillingness to share. As my agent explained, we'll see to it that those valuables are returned to Alamigo's coffers. Thank you, Lieutenant Chaiji. This will go a long way to helping the nation recover from the ravages of war.
The thing is that you can actually... There is a way to argue that Blue Mage has a practical reason to be, like, leveled and optimized and everything. Like, there is a reason to bother doing it. For example, on, like, when it's Moogle Tombstone events, it's typically really good to have Blue Mage leveled and geared, because it's faster. And if you need to farm anything, Blue Mage, like, synced at all, if Blue Mage can get inside, they can probably do it better than anyone else. So, like, Blue Mage has a lot of motivation. There's also, like, specific seals that are easy to farm with Blue Mage. Like, the Allied seals you can buy Aetheryte tickets with. and there are certain, like, I believe there's a money-making strategy in relation to just using Blue Mage in a dungeon. Things like that. And then, you know, there's the Marble Mount. Like, there's a bunch of content locked behind Blue Mage, but not really Rival Wings, right? Is there a mount from Rival Wings?
Your efforts will be felt, adventurer. Adventurer! When this land was yet under the yoke of the Empire, my own father lost his life in the fight for freedom. But although our conquerors permitted me to build him a gravestone, they would not allow me to perform his final rites, as the teachings of the Fist of Ralgar demanded. It was later that I heard how a ghostly apparition was seen floating near his grave. I should have performed the ceremony, and the Empire's laws be damned. I should have had more courage, but I was so afraid to die. Understandable. Ashamed at the cowardice I showed then, I began seeking out other shades and spectres to put to rest. It is a seemingly unending path, and I thank you for walking even a few steps of the way alongside me.
I don't think there is... Is there a mount from Rival Wings? Well, the question is it from Rival Wings or is it from PvP? The nestling is slain then. I knew I had chosen the right woman for the job. I'm grateful you came along before any lives were lost to that monstrous bird. You have our thanks. There are mounts from Rival Wings. Well, they sound tedious to get then. Is it like win 100 times in Rival Wings or something like that? Were you able to capture those jabbies for me? An enormous sack stuffed with an ill-tempered yabby. No, these are some lively nippers. I'd best get them in a pen before they tear their way free. It's a good thing they're ill-tempered, though. Why is that, you ask? Well, we're planning on using the yabbies to help train new recruits. You never know when the Empire might try to reclaim lost territory, and a little battle experience is better than none. Thank you, Caetsu. I was growing tired of sewing up the holes in those gigantic sacks. Ta-da! I'll fly around and explore the rest of the zone so that I get the experience from that if any of you want to fly along. 100 wins in Rival Wings, and technically 100 wins in the only map available, so basically just 100 wins. Yeah, that sounds like an amount of wins that is so incredibly large that it might as well just say not happening. I think. Mainly because, like, typically a mount serves as, like, motivation to get started, but if you need 100 and there's, like, nothing that people are interested in on the way there, then people look at it and go, yeah, 100 wins. I'm never going to get that. And then just give up immediately, right? Titles are 1000 wins. Same deal. It's like, it's similar to how there's the mount for mentors doing 3000 mentor roulettes. It's the problem that arises from that is that it's too much. Like, it's so much that you need an obscene amount of work to get it, which means that the main the main players that actually has, is it? Oh right, it's 2000. Sorry, it's 2000 mentor roulettes. My bad. It's still ridiculously many, isn't it? My point is that 2000 mentor roulettes is so much that most players that might feasibly get it by just playing normally will never bother because it's too much. So the only players that really get it are those that might get a little bit toxic about it. You know, those that actually get mad when they get a, you know, a difficult dungeon or trial or something when they do mentor roulette. Because they're not there to help, they're there to progress an achievement. They're not there to be mentors, they're there to mount farm. But yeah, to get things where you need 1000 wins, you have to play it just to enjoy it, and then it has to be like coincidentally that you say, wait, let's do this one. We have the XP bonus for the Fates. That is, and it's a single mob. That is pretty good. Yeah, exactly. You queued for Mental Roulette. That's how it should be. The problem is that it typically doesn't end up being like that, simply because people get focused on the achievement rather than being focused on, you know, doing your job. As a mentor, I mean. But part of the problem also stems from a core issue with the mental roulette itself. And that is that if you go, okay, I don't mind that I got, I don't know, Ramu Extreme. We're probably not going to win. I'll just stick it out to have fun and see if we can beat it. That's good enough. That's fine. The problem is that you're not rewarded for staying. You're only rewarded for winning. So if your group can't actually beat the encounter that you're in, you're incentivized to motivate the players to abandon instead of trying to help them win. Like, by construction, the achievement actually motivates the mentors to try and, like, if you're trying to get the achievement specifically, the best you can do to do that if you end up in such a roulette or in such an encounter is try and convince the sprouts that they should just give up and abandon so that you can move on to the next one. Because if you don't beat it in time, you don't get credit. Which isn't great. Like, in my opinion, the 2000 mentor roulettes achievement should really be awarded for, at least, like, for participating in 2000 mentor roulettes, and participating should count staying until the timer reaches 0. In my opinion, because that means that you would be incentivized to stay. And I'm pretty sure if you only get the credit if the encounter actually, you know, the timer plays come to completion, you have no benefit from that. I don't think there's any way to, like, abuse that. I don't like that is actually worthwhile, because, like, technically you could do like, if you queued into a mentor roulette, you could just sit there the full hour or however long the timer is and then get rewarded. But if you're AFKing, you'll get kicked. It's still an insane amount of hours, but I'm just saying that if you at least got awarded a, like, credit for trying, I feel like the more toxic mentors would be at least a little less toxic about it. Because the reason why they get so mad about it is that when you land in an extreme that the sprouts will not be able to beat, your only winning move, if you're, like, achievement hunting specifically, is to leave and just eat the 30-minute penalty, because you're not going to beat it. So it's better for you to just leave, because if you stay, you'll have to sit a full hour, whereas if you leave, you only have to sit for 30 minutes. Like if we're thinking, like, cold hard practical, like, practicality, which is why mentors might leave if they get put in this kind of situation. Like, they have no reason to try and help the sprouts to learn unless they genuinely believe that the sprouts will be able to beat it if you teach them enough. I'm trying to find how to get the discovery over there. But I suppose we can just fly over. I'm guessing I missed the way to get over there. Or something. Eska says, back when I played Black Mage, I had someone yell at me mid-fight for my melds. Your melds? Like in a synced dungeon? Like a leveling dungeon? In Innocence EX. In Shadowbringers. In Shadowbringers or Endwalker? Shadowbringers. Was the fight still difficult? Was it like, or what's happening? Extreme doesn't really need melts. That is true, and if it was synced, then if your gear was like better, then you might get synced down, which turns your materia off. Just need to check something. Did we explore the peaks fully? Oh, we didn't, because I don't have flying here. Well, perfect. Eska says, I was melded for crit since I was in a static. You know what's really funny? So I made a video on why critical hit is the best stat in Final Fantasy XIV, like just the best one, hands down. And in that video, I mentioned that Black Mage had the capacity to use something other than crit, whereas most jobs don't. Like, I highlighted it as a unique feature that Black Mage was one of the jobs that could, you know, use spell speed instead. And I have gotten so many angry Black Mages in the comments that are like, what? Are you suggesting that crit isn't the best for Black Mages? To which the answer is, not really exactly. Like, crit is the best if you're making a crit build, but if you're making a spell speed build, it's not. And the reason why these Black Mages are saying crit is the best, no contest, is because they're like, they pick up the, don't worry, I'm not going to show them on stream this time. They pick up like FF logs and like smack at them like, look at this! These Black Mages that are doing the most damage, they're using crit builds, so surely crit has to be the best stat. Only crit gets the best gets the best passes. And the reason for that is that if you're really lucky and you get all the crits, then crit mage is better. If you don't, then spell speed is actually better. Simply because spell speed is more consistent and crit is inconsistent and varies. Santo says, isn't crit Black Mage harder to play? Correct. So basically, spell speed doesn't rely on randomness. They get less value out of the transpose lines, and transpose lines rely heavily on Firestarter procs, typically. Often it's Firestarter procs that is like the common reasoning. It's not the only thing that causes transpose lines, but it is one of them. Which means that adds randomness. They don't get as much value out of transpose lines because they get more fire force by virtue of having more spell speed. And they don't have as much crit, so they don't get as much value out of randomly getting a critical direct hit despair as a crit mage would. And transpose lines, one of the things that transpose lines do is they actually lead to more despair casts, among other things. And that gives you more opportunities to be lucky. but spell speed doesn't need that, so they just get more consistent DPS. The way that I've explained it is typically, if crit Black Mage has the capacity to do, you know, up to 100% of the possible damage that a Black Mage can do, they also have the capacity to do like 90% of what a Black Mage can do, even though you're playing perfectly. Meanwhile, a spell speed will do around 95%, just consistently around 95%. Like, they'll be in middle of the pack, always middle of the pack, but they're consistent. And they don't rely as much on randomness, which means that they don't randomly get unlucky, just as they're not randomly getting lucky. But, and this might come as a shock to everyone, the way to get those like top rank passes, you know, the 100 passes on FF logs, is done by being lucky. You have to play perfectly, and your static has to play perfectly, and then also you have to be lucky. Which means that Crit Mage is better at making passes because they are better at making the most of being lucky. But in a more relevant comparison, as Santo put it, and that was actually a much better focus, is Crit Black Mage is much harder to play because Crit Black Mage favors what is called non-standard play. Now, non-standard play is code word for transpose lines. So if you're not doing transpose lines or other weird shenanigans, then spell speed will win. Like, if you're not doing that, if you're not doing all those shenanigans, then spell speed is better. If you are doing them, then crit is better. Arguably, crit having slower casts also makes triple cast, for example, like having 3 instant casts allow you to move further, but usually that isn't like a deal breaker on either side. Let me just see what people said while I was giving my rant. It's pretty funny that someone was complaining about your melts, Eska, because them complaining about you stacking crit is weird, even if you're a Black Mage. But it's probably because they didn't know that Black Mage could go with not spell speed. And that is also true, Angel. The exact timing of kills can also matter. Well, it depends on what you're trying to pass for, right? Orion says people using passes to be right is so annoying. Half of the time it's like you don't know exactly, you don't know the context. And often when people are, you know, doing the smacking the paper, the hypothetical paper of the FF log, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, that is usually the problem, is that, and I've talked about this multiple times, is that people don't actually know how to read logs. I've heard people claim that tank busters in Endwalker do not, like the dots from tank busters in Endwalker do not snapshot. It's just that, and I quote, black magic, as in the way the damage scales does not make sense in any way, it's just random. And then they pointed to a specific log and said, look, you can see the damage vary here. And then I sat down and spent like 30 minutes analyzing the FF log and could point out, you can see here, here, and here that it's not random and it's snapshots. And then they stopped responding. And yeah, that is also true, Angel. Very good example. If you kill at any 2 minutes precisely, then your pass is going to look worse because you missed out on a burst. That is also, you can actually demonstrate this in the privacy of solo play. If you take to the a striking dummy in Stone Sky Sea, right? If you manage to kill the striking dummy at like seconds before the timer ends, so like, you know, just before the 3-minute mark, then most jobs, because your cooldowns are like, you know, on every minute, or every 30 seconds, or whatever, you're going to be as far away from a burst as you possibly could. Like, even the odd minute burst. If you instead kill the striking dummy at, like, 220 or 230, it was just after your 2-minute burst, which is, like, your peak for most jobs. Like, that is as high as it's gonna get. And if you kill it before 2 minutes, your DPS is going to be surprisingly worse than if you could beat it after. It's a little weird, but the point is that there are specific intervals where your DPS is going to be more impressive. It's not going to be as obvious as I explained, because obviously the dummies have a set amount of HP, so if you kill it in 1 minute, your DPS is going to be better than if you kill it in 2 minutes. But if you take take a striking dummy that you're capable of killing in 1 minute, hypothetically, or 1 minute 30, and then see what your DPS is at the end, like how much does that translate to? There's a website for that. Your DPS is going to be much worse than on the striking dummy that took you 2 minutes and 30 seconds to kill, simply because the amount of damage you managed to lay on the dummy that happened after your 2-minute burst was bigger. And exactly, Angel, you need those like 30-ish seconds to actually like finish your burst. And there's also the part that your first burst comes a few seconds in, so if your burst is 20 seconds long, it starts, 7 or 8 seconds into the fight, and then 20 seconds, and then at 2 minutes and 8 seconds, your second even minute burst starts, and it takes around 20 seconds to do. 15 to 20 seconds. Yeah, it's complicated. The point is that FF logs are a lot harder to read than people think. And Esker says, those dummies are vastly overtuned, aren't they? Depends. So, the Stone Sky Sea dummies are actually really nicely tuned. The thing is that the striking dummies are tuned to consider a lot of things that does not exactly make sense. What I mean by that is, for example, an astrologian or dancer will have an extremely undertuned striking dummy, which makes it really easy to kill because a massive amount of the damage that you could have done is lost because you don't have, a co-DPS as a dancer or anyone as an astrologian. And there's no way to really fix that, so instead the dummy just has way less HP. On the other hand, Black Mage, especially, almost just Black Mage, has an incredibly overtuned striking dummy that requires you to play almost perfectly for it to die on time if you're playing against a dummy that matches your item level. Because the striking dummy has no boss mechanics. It's just you. So if you can't play perfectly there, how will you play perfectly when the boss has boss mechanics, right? So it's actually tuned around how much your DPS is expected to drop when boss mechanics happen. So jobs that are more heavily affected by boss mechanics have higher tuned striking dummies relative to the DPS you should be doing, simply to make sure that you can do it. It's not perfect. It's not the best way to test your DPS, but it's a decent way to test your DPS and your performance. And be able to compare your own skill. Lumia says, in today's rant, he talks about dummies and dummies. Dummies on dummies, even. Yeah, I do the same, Eska. I try to optimize my gear. Santo mentioned 6 minutes and 30 is the nicest point, but it's not realistic on most fights. That makes sense, because some jobs have 90-second cooldowns, and those will only line up with raid buffs in the opener and 6 minutes in, which means that those jobs have their highest, tallest of the tall peaks 6 minutes in. Also, you have a pod at 6 minutes. Also true.
You're not from around here, are you? You'd never seen an Alamegan strike up a conversation with a Ratiata resident. But seeing as we're already talking, I have a job that's just right for an outsider like you, who's like 2 feet tall. Talk with the girl behind that building over there, and she'll give you all the details. She's a bit testy, mind you.
How many do we need? 3 quests. There's that one, and that one, I'm guessing.
About bloody time. Here, take the supply crate and trade it with the merchant Alagiri for food. He's usually lurking in an alley somewhere. Shifty bastard. You'll know him when you see him. Rude? Do not tell him a Radiata native sent you. There'll be no grub for us if you do.
Well, that kinda sucks. You can continue hanging out there if you want. I'm going to go down there. You guys will come with the school bus. That's really funny. Everyone just jumping off the house. Clipping always feels awkward, I feel. Hello, you better have an ether current.
You're one of those adventurers, aren't you? Travel this way and that, always helping folks. Well, I believe I speak for all of us when I say we need your help. I'm sure you've noticed, but we don't have much. The only reason we get by is a merchant who comes and sells us supplies. I say, sell, but it's so cheap you might as well give it away. Trouble is, without so much as a word, he suddenly stopped coming. I'd go and search for him myself, but anyone who could have kept watch while I'm gone has been conscripted by those darn Imperials. Would you try asking around at Radiata if anyone's seen him? He's always talking about going there, so I figure it's a good place to start.
Oh, the place we just were? Did mounts ever have fall damage animations? Some of the earlier ones did. Oh, I see. Well, I will say that the magic school boss makes no sense to have a fall damage animation, given that it's floating. It makes no sense that you can take fall damage, actually.
Cold Hearth, why would anyone sell their wares in that ghost town?
Well, that is cold-hearted.
A merchant traveling to Cold Hearth. Wait, that's the guy in league with Imperials, isn't he? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, but his name's Franck. Some folks say he's doing those people a favor, but I think he's up to something.
Oh, well, excellent. Now we have 2 quests pointing me there.
Hey, you're that adventurer everyone's been talking about, aren't you?
Just the woman I wanted to see. You've a bit of time to spare, I hope.
Yeah.
Seemed a bloody miracle we managed to take Alagiri without spilling a drop of blood, but it was all thanks to one man, a man the Alliance would very much like to speak with. Getting him to come in for questioning, however, has proven more trouble than we thought. It's not my place to be dealing with this, to be honest with you, but I think it'd be best to resolve the matter quietly if possible. Things could get messy around here if the Alliance or the Resistance start kicking up a fuss. I'm like to draw attention if I leave my post, but you adventurers are free to move about as you please. So what do you say? Can you give me a hand? You adventurers are good folk. Now, I really shouldn't say much more out here in the open. You best go and speak with him yourself. Bolt's his name. He's what everyone's talking about. But he can tell you the rest.
The regalia, the car with blades. Indeed. Hey, Bolt. The adventurer who slew Lord Van Balsa. So they've sent you to claim my head, then? Rasenbrook sent you to help? Oh, thank heavens. You see, I'm actually a centurion of the Guardian forces. Now, before you do anything rash, let me explain. When I learned of the Allied forces' approach, I knew we had no way of repelling them, so I ordered all of my men to retreat from Alagiri. I then planned to turn myself in, but I ran into certain complications. I can see you're unconvinced. Tell you what, why not ask the villagers about me? When you hear what they have to say, I think you'll come to understand why I couldn't turn myself in. Oh, look, there's Frank.
They're asking about me at Coldhearth. I'd love to help, but the situation has gotten complicated, you see. The reason I was selling to them so cheap is because someone else was footing the bill. Some Imperial soldier said he grew up there. He went to the Guardians willingly, if you can believe it. They made him a watchman at one of their labor camps, and he's been funneling all his pay to me. Granted, I keep peddling my goods at Coldhearth. Afraid his friends and family would refuse his gifts after turning his back on them, he got the smart idea of sending me up there, selling whatever they need for next to nothing. The thing is, he hasn't contacted me in days. Shame too. On my next trip, I was supposed to deliver this bottle of arak. It's hard to come by nowadays, but he paid me good money to find it. Would you mind taking it there for me? As for this conversation, I'll leave it up to you whether or not you tell anyone. All things considered, I think he might have wanted someone to know. What do you want? What do you want with Bot? He's not in trouble, is he? We already told the Alliance scum they can't have him.
Eska says, do you have the FanFest emote? Nope. Especially not on Smol Caetsu. Smol Caetsu does not have any story emotes.
Where'd you hear that name? I won't have anyone speak ill of him, unless you're looking to pick a fight. You'll keep your mouth shut.
How about my bodyguards? I might get it. It's just that I don't get like on the Moogle or the Mog store too often. Hey, thank you, Angel. Welcome to the Cult of the Pink. Thank you so much. Welcome.
You found the blade! You found it!
You want to trade? You'll show me the goods first, then maybe we'll deal. A supply crate marked with Imperial insignias. Its contents are a mystery. Yes, these are military issue Mark XL III sedatives. High quality stuff. Someone snatched a batch a while ago, but you wouldn't believe how quickly Imperial medicines sell. Folks always on edge around here, you see, never knowing when the Empire might decide to launch an assault. Some get so worked up that they can scarcely sleep without a little alchemical encouragement. How much do you want for them? I'm a bit curious how you came by this stash, but I'll take it off your hands all the same. Food. That's it? Just food? Alright, well, here's a sack full of assorted edibles. Nice doing business with you. The blade has been located. Eska says, do you know the story behind the wine dark soup? I don't know if I know. Can you elaborate?
But the place wouldn't be the same without him, and we certainly have no intentions of sending him to be butchered by the Alliance.
Alright then. Well, Balt, given that the quest is ending now, I don't think we'll ever know what happens next.
There you are. Now, do you see the cause for my hesitation? In light of their reaction to my being arrested, the Alliance has allowed me to remain here for the time being. For all intents and purposes, I am a war prisoner. The villagers initially meant to keep me hidden, but harboring one's enemy is a serious crime no matter whose side you're on. I've heard what the Alliance does to those who help the Guardians. The stuff of nightmares, I tell you. My execution is assured the moment they take me into custody, but if the villagers should take arms and protest, they don't deserve such a bloody fate. Rasenbrook has made a valiant effort to assuage the people's anger, but there's only so much a man in his position can do. I know how strange this may seem, but I want you to convince the people of Alagiri to allow for my surrender. Well, that was interesting. Well, thank you for the ether current. Batbon. What? Right, so we have to go back around to all the way around here again. Oh, you're bad. I'm Batbon. Eska says, back in early Endwalker, like day 1, it was called Beet Soup. They didn't catch that Beet Soup was already in the game, so when they noticed, they renamed Beet Soup to Wine Dark Soup and made a joke in the description. You know what? I do remember that. I do remember that there was like this meme with 2 beet soups. But I think I got to see it after it had been changed, because when Endwalker came out, like day 1, I basically played like farming the main quest all day until it was finished, and the only thing that stopped me was if I because I also did my daily roulettes to power level other jobs. So I basically did the MSQ, and then when the daily reset happened, I would do all of the roulettes that mattered to me, and then just go back to the MSQ and do nothing else and not read memes or anything. And then days later I was like, hey, that's 2 kinds of beet soup. That's true. That's pretty funny. But I don't think I heard about it being changed to wine dark soup. See you on the other side of the gate. Ha! That's pretty good. So Coco said, I'm Batbon, you know, Batman. And Gelano says, you fight against the joke hair. The joke hair. That's pretty good. I like it. Yes, I said, they even poked fun at themselves in the item description. Look at it on a market board and you will see what I'm talking about. We'll see if we pass a market board, and I'll remember. I trust you, a lot of item descriptions are pretty funny.
Unless they're serious.
Did you get the food? Tell me you got the food. A sack filled with a variety of wrapped meats and vegetables. Oh, praise the heavens, and praise you too, stranger. This'll be the first proper meal we've had in days. Go back and speak with my large friend, if you would. I'd wager he'd like to show his thanks as well.
Is there something wrong with bacon bread? Surprised to see us trading in Imperial supplies. My quick-fingered friend once worked in a storeroom in Castromapania and swiped those sedatives before she left. This settlement's full of those as used to labor for the Imperial army. The folk in Alakiri may have traded with the Empire, but even they spit on Radiatans. The army's whipped curse, they call us. That's why we needed you to make the deal. If one of us dared to set foot in that town, they'd chase us out with a hail of stones, or worse. But now we can eat our fill, get our strength back, and try to move on. Kind-hearted heroes like you are godsend. Oh, right, yeah, the bacon bread side quest. Why not just make the bread yourself? I actually had that quest in my quest log on my main for way too long because I was like, oh right, bacon bread. And I just couldn't be bothered to make it. So I just didn't. Well, you could level your crafters. Why not level your crafters? The bacon bread. Yeah, I have bacon bread. The thing is that I believe the quest required high quality bacon bread. And the bacon bread I have was from a quest reward and it's normal quality. Did you find any sign of the merchant? He was paid to come here by an Imperial turncoat. They worked at a labor camp. No, it can't be. A bottle of arak. My son said. He said someday. Wait. Never mind about the merchant. Here, it's not much, but you deserve it. Thank you for this. Have the ability to fly in this area. That's fair, Eska. Crafting isn't for everyone. It's just that it's very easy to level. You don't have to grind it all in one go. Basically, there's the expert deliveries, or the NPC that does the expert deliveries. They have dailies in your grand company where you can hand in like crafted items or gathered items, and you don't even have to craft or gather them yourself. And then you can like gain multiple levels from doing that every day. Just once every day for every item. So if you have the money to buy the items, you can do that. And you get like 3, 4, 5 levels for a large amount of time every day. By just doing that. Like that's what I would do if I don't like doing, like if it wasn't for the simple fact that I like crafting. Right, so we ran out of... The only thing we have left is some Black Mage quests, but maybe if we can do just some dungeons, we might reach level 70. So to start, we just do limited leveling roulette again. Or we do limited leveling, and then we see what we can do. It's a very nice pan, by the way, Delano. Yeah, I get that, Eska. The thing is, when I started on this game, I had like the experience that I did not care about the story because I just wanted to like play the game. Like I just wanted to fight things. So I would skip story to get to the fighting. And it took a while before I was actually on board with the story because I just wanted to fight things. Like that is a problem, like a problem that I noticed with Final Fantasy XIV is that if you actually read all of the dialogue, it will take you like over an hour before you get to fight something when you make a new character. I also like the story now, but when I just started, my perspective on the whole thing was, if I don't enjoy the game, then there's no point in me getting attached to the like getting involved in the story. Like if I don't like the game, then there's no point. So I didn't really care to get deeply involved with the story until I had a chance to enjoy the combat, and that took a while. Xenos has something we all crave for? What is that? Does he have electrolytes? It's what plants crave. He has a blade! He has it first, at least, and then he like goes on to get a scythe, which technically also has a blade on it, but it's not exactly the same. It's a different kind of blade. He used to own many blades until he broke them. That is true. He also just got bored of them. Oh, Trumbies? What do you mean? Do you mean Dark Knight? He gets a blade and a stick. Yeah, sure, I do like Dark Knight. They also have a big blade. But I enjoy all of the jobs. What is my favorite job? That is complicated. I enjoy most of the jobs, so that is like really hard to answer. I have like favorites amongst them, but it changes a lot. So whatever I answer might not be super useful. It also depends on the context, but my main most of the time is warrior. So that might help answer that, I suppose. I really like warrior, so I play warrior a lot on my main. But this character doesn't even have warrior unlocked. Yeah, I'm a tank main. Actually, before Final Fantasy XIV, I basically exclusively, almost exclusively mained tanks in World of Warcraft. Only tanks. Very, very, very briefly, I have mained healer and DPS, but I've pretty much always gone back to tank. Why did you think I was a samurai main? Because of the samurai story with Frontline? No idea. Well, that's fair enough. Sometimes your brain might just like fill in the blank and does that, like when you think about it, it's like, wait, that makes no sense. But yeah, usually tank main. Coco says Kai has an only tanks. What do you mean tank main warrior's obviously a healer? You know, not too far off, is it? But yeah, Warrior's incredible self-sustain in dungeons makes it very easy to play. And I like that too. Where's Dark Knight's healing at? Well, they lost it when they lost the Dark Arts ability. Isn't Drag Gamestein a male aura though? Do you hear it? It's chill beats to kill to. It's chill beats to die for. Charlie and lo-fi beats to study, relax, and summon demons too. It's pretty good as well. I have another flare! Uh-oh. I wonder how much of my ley lines I get to do before I have to do boss mechanic. I got 2 of them, somehow. With a swift cast. I'm already on 1. I just realized I forgot to reapply Thunder. That was really good. I think we skipped the mechanic, right? Isn't there supposed to be a 3rd one? Right. Yeah, exactly, we skipped the 3-man platforms. I also happen to be extremely lucky and just already be standing on one of the 2-man platforms. Right, so we would be able to queue specifically for Doma Castle if you guys want to do that. Yeah, Yarten is pretty nice. I think it's generally really cool when you can use like the backflips, especially if they're like located on an enemy, like red mage displacement also. It just feels really cool when you can just angle it just right. It's very cool until you launch yourself off a cliff. Well, just you know, use math. Don't do that. Middle of the night in Iceland. I'm pretty sure it's like 8 or 9 in Iceland. Well, now I'm confused. It looked like it was going to go further and then he didn't. Well, no, Rico, it is 8 according to Gunsmokes, which is Coco, who is from Iceland. But yeah, if it was UK, then it would have been 9. Eska says Squeenix needs to give us more Greg. Squeenix needs to give us more Glorbo. That's the funniest meme. Glorbo, yes. Glorbo. You know, Glorbo. The thing that we all agree absolutely exists in our MMO to trick AI article writing programs into giving incorrect news when they don't actually read into things. And AF says his voice sounds different than his videos. Yeah, I sound a little different when I'm live. I put a lot of effort into like really putting on a nice voice for the videos, whereas on stream it can be difficult to keep up that voice for an extended period of time. So that is pretty much the reason. Oh, my toe! Don't hit my toe! What are your 7.0 job predictions? Well, it seems like, it seems very likely that we're probably getting something like Corsair. Looks like. Beyond that, I don't know. We're getting a Mage DPS. I'm hoping for something that does a lot of dots or debuffs and stuff like that. Beyond that, I don't really have any big revelations. Because I don't know. Like, the thing is that like, people think when they see, you know, a little teaser where there's, in the trailer, there's like a little bit of fighting that looks like a new job, right? Then some players think that we've all figured it out, right? The thing is that even if Square Enix flat out told us that the new job is going to be Corsair, and like, I don't know, like Green Mage or something like that, right? We wouldn't actually know anything. We would not know anything. Because they could make anything from anything, right? So I'm just saying, I hope we get a job with like a lot of dots, maybe a lot of debuffs, like some like complexity there. It doesn't have to be the Mage. It could be the melee DPS that appears to look like Corsair. Could just as well be that one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just hoping that we get something that has some dots that matter. I also heard some say that under the assumption that Yoshi P, as he has sometimes done before, that his shirt is actually a hint as to the other job, then there is a good chance, some players have said that their prediction is that his shirt, which had Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles on them, might be that the next, like, the Mage job is going to be Painter, which was technically a combat job in a Final Fantasy game at some point. Because of the names of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? Could be. And I think that's pretty funny. Very interesting. I don't know if that would be it, and I'm not sure how they would do it or what it would do. They would play Pictionary with the mobs. Well, it's not so far. If I remember correctly, the Painter in which Final Fantasy game was it? Had an ability to sometimes just flat out kill their target by painting them or something weird like that. The melee is going to be an Italian throwing turtle shells. That would certainly be something that no one expects. I'm not super confident on the Geomancer one, though. I would like to remind everyone that in the Astrologian story, in Final Fantasy XIV, we're told that geomancers, I'm pretty sure it was geomancers, are basically Eastern astrologians. So like, we kind of already have that one in the story. So that one might be a stretch. But that is actually a really good example of what I was talking about before, with they could flat out tell us what the job is called, and it would tell us nothing. Like nothing. Like that's the thing, is that when people fantasize what kind of job they want, they probably have a pretty good idea of what they want the job to do, but you don't know if they're going to do that. So like, that's the thing, we might go, oh, they're putting in Corsair, but the only thing that actually suggests is that that it might use a gun. It might have a sidearm that is a gun. Might not. We don't know what they're going to do with the gun. Or the sword. So that's why I don't have like, I could talk about what I would like to see, but I have no ability to comment on what we will actually get, and anyone that claims they do are lying. Unless it's like someone on the actual development team. Exactly, Riku. Something with like gun and sword could work as like the reverse of Red Mage, where Red Mage is, you know, be at range and then jump into melee range when stuff happens, and then in reverse you could have Corsair be melee range, but then for their burst they jump away and then they shoot with their gun. Yeah, I think that could work. Oh. I miscalculated with that one. I really thought I had more time. Yeah, I agree on that, Eska, is that assuming that the character was already using the like combat animations, I'm not entirely convinced on that one. But it's always very easy to say that like everyone else's speculations are wrong, as long as you don't know what the true answer is, right? Like, it's very easy, and then when everyone knows what the real answer is, you just go, oh, I knew that all along. Far-fetched, that's a Pokemon. But yeah, exactly. It seems like way too much of a stretch that oh yeah, they just so happen to have the job animations. He said the thing, clip it again.
Die, die, die!
AF says, I'm surprised people keep talking about the possibility of Time Mage. Yeah! And AF says, when the Japanese word for astro means time and space magician. I didn't know that. But that is very good to know. Because one of my quickest arguments to shoot down any hope of a time mage is that astrologians since the very beginning had time magic. Like, they always had time magic. They still do. They still do. They just don't have much of it. But they still do. Like, light speed is technically like time magic inspired. Macrocosmos is like time reversal magic. And before they removed a bunch of them with the like changes in Shadowbringers, Astrologian had an ability that increased the duration of all of their buffs on everyone. Like, the main purpose was of course to increase the duration of their card buffs, but I'm pretty sure it also affected heal over time effects. And yeah, Gravity is a good example as well. That's like a classic time mage spell, even though it doesn't really have much to do with time magic. But yeah, I don't think we're getting time mage. In fact, if I remember correctly, didn't we get a tease of Sage in the Endwalker trailer? Like, when they showed that off, I'm pretty sure they had like a very quick tease of Sage or something like that. And then we were left to guess at what the melee job was. And Sage is a job that we know from Final Fantasy games, except that in 14 it's pretty much completely different. Reaper is like a first. So they show off the job this time that looks very much like Corsair, which is from 11, I believe, right? And then they leave you to guess the mage. So the mage might be something completely new. Completely new. That's what I think. Exactly, Eska, that is actually true. Time mage has typically been more time and space mage, which means that time mage would have the same name as astrologian in Japanese, right? Hypothetically. That's true, Emir. Xenos had a scythe, and people saw that he had a scythe, like, way off into the distance. So some people weren't very well convinced that it was actually even a scythe. And when people agreed that it was a scythe, it was like, well, it could be a lot of things. Like, it could be Templar, for example. They use scythe. And they use magic, and we knew that the melee job was going to be magic in some capacity. Well, the gunblades in A Realm Reborn were Guardian gunblades. We've never had those. Oh, we got music. I think we might level up if we do the the Black Mage quest, or we can do like a Fate to get that level up, so we can get to 70. Well, they were still in the game, that is true. I don't know about that. Are we expecting to get a gun monk then? Because technically, the final boss of Castrum uses like gun punching weapons. With like blades on them as well. But otherwise uses monk animations. Like the gun blades from A Realm Reborn seems more like a separate job from Gunbreaker. But you could argue that they planted the seeds if you like. I just don't feel that it's very convincing given how long after that the job actually came.
Caetsu, the moment you entered the room, I could feel the air crackling with etheric energy. Excellent. Your diligence in your training will surely serve us.
Lalai, gonna have to correct you there. We're outside.
And you come at a perfect time. Not moments before you arrived, Shatoto's voice called out to me from the recesses of my consciousness. She would have us begin to lay the groundwork for the final stage of her plan. As she made it quite clear that we will require all the aid we can muster, I have taken the liberty of reaching out to our Beastman friends. They have convened at Kazakh Char's residence at Burgundy Falls, where they await our arrival. Let us not keep them waiting.
There's also the thing that Gunbreakers use cartridges completely differently from Garleans. Garleans, they actually put gunpowder in their gunblades, and they actually shoot them like at a distance, like with some reach to it. Gunbreakers, they actually charge their cartridges with ether, magic, and for the most part, as you see, gunblades that Gunbreakers use just it's not a gun. It's more like a Michael Bay weapon, right? It just goes kaboom. AF, it's not that we're saying that gunblades are that the Garlean gunblades aren't related to Gunbreaker blades, because the thing is that the lore is that I'm pretty sure that the Guardians got inspired from the Gunbreaker blades. It's more that claiming that we should have seen Gunbreaker coming when we saw Gunblades in A Realm Reborn is an enormous stretch, like an insanely big stretch. Because there's so many other things we saw in A Realm Reborn that didn't become a job either, right? And also things that have been changed since. So it's like, if anyone said, yes, I knew it, I knew we were gonna get Gunbreaker when I saw Gaius Van Baelza with his gunblade in A Realm Reborn. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You just went Gunbreaker every time, or I want a gunblade every time an expansion came, and eventually it was true. And then you claimed you were right. Like, if you keep guessing it, you will eventually get it right. If it happens.
My friends, thank you for coming together on such short notice. Mistress Shatoto would have you know that she is most grateful for your cooperation. In fact, I do believe she would rather speak to you directly.
Exactly, Gilano has a point there. In Shadowbringers, we had, in the Bozja story, we had tons of Beastmasters. We also had Ranjit, which was kind of a Beastmaster, and Lion, who was specifically a named Beastmaster in a story, and then we didn't. I was convinced that we would get it eventually, but it feels like they're maybe discontinuing the idea of limited jobs, and I do remember that they suggested that Beastmaster would be a good limited job.
Well, it would seem the gang's all here. I dare say it's time we got this proverbial show on the road. Hira, tell me that you've made yourself useful since I last saw your vapid face. Aye, Lady Shatoto. According to my colleagues in the Eorzean Alliance, trolls have sighted an increasing number of rampant golems afield. Fortunately, none have posed a significant threat, at least not as of yet. Which brings us to the matter of the comet. A colleague of mine at the observatorium has confirmed that it draws nearer with each passing hour, though there's no immediate danger of a collision if it stays on its present course. It is too close for comfort, yes. Fortunately, I, as is my wont, have a plan. I simply hope that you, my friends, are up to the task. If the hero speaks true, the golems that have been causing trouble near the city-states have been more bark than bite. Filled with no great difficulty by middling soldiers, from this I surmise that the gems set within them, their soul stones, have been small and of meager power at best. And yet, if my theory holds, a more sinister threat lurks in the realm's far reaches, far from the prodding eyes of Eorzean and Beastmen alike. This is where we must go.
Perplexed, Dozzle is profoundly, deeply perplexed by people. To do the work of people are golems created. To travel so far from their master's domain, these constructs have no reason. True? Is this not?
Well, I'll be a passably astute observation, but I fear your knowledge is lacking, my squawking friend. Golems come in all shapes and forms, and not all are wrought by the hand of a mortal creator. Often a gem of sufficient etheric power will attract all matter, plant, mineral, and animal alike, spontaneously animating it and giving rise to new life. With naught to guide them, these feral golems rove and wander at will. It is these unpredictable specimens that pose the greatest danger. The larger the gem that serves as their soul stone, the greater their power, and the greater the threat when the comet draws nigh. It would appear our task is clear. Let us split up and hunt down these abominations. I shall join our beastman friends and make for the west. I will leave the eastern reaches to the two of you. I trust you will be able to fend for yourselves. There's one matter in particular I would ask you to investigate. My friends at the Alliance conveyed to me a most curious report, which Lady Shatoto's words just now put in a rather different light. Over in Girbania, in the hamlet of Alagana, villagers have claimed sightings of, in their words, trees that walk like men. These have gone entirely uninvestigated, written off as the delusions and fantasies of superstitious common folk. But if Lady Shatoto speaks true, which I do, they are golems beyond the slimmest shadow of a doubt. Worry not, for Caetsu and I will uproot them and reduce every last leaf and strip of bark to smouldering ash. Won't we, Caetsu? I suppose we will. I will leave the particulars regarding the means of destruction to the experts. I have, however, procured a link pearl that we might better coordinate our efforts. Pray take it with you. And with that, I do believe we are as prepared as we could hope to be. Let us be off, my friends, and remember, should aught go amiss, I am but a link pearl call away. A device to allow that pretentious pudding head to talk to me even if I'm 100 miles away? Not be it for me to scoff at technological progress, but some inventions really could have been done without. I don't know. A phone sounds pretty neat. Wait, where are we going? Alagana. How interesting. While Ma has devolved into a vermin-infested bog, Girbania is, if anything, looking more lively than I remembered. Not that that's saying much, of course. But look at me, getting all nostalgic for no reason. After all, my body has long since returned to the dust. Soon even my memory will fade. But before that, we have a job to do, don't we? I can sense no unusual etheric presence here, so let us venture a bit further into the field. Come along now, Caetsu. She can walk.
Devout was Kryle's class in Final Fantasy V? Was that true? If true, and we have a pretty strong suspicion that Kryle might be the one that gets a new job in the next expansion. Like, there's a lot of people that think so, that it would make sense. That would be, like, perfect. But was Devout not a healer? Was Devout not a healer? Sage wasn't a healer. Well, Sage was an any magic caster. As far as I know, they had both black and white magic, right? So technically, they could be a healer. But you're right, it doesn't have to be a healer. Yeah, exactly, Eska. I believe Sage had the weakness of Sage was that you had any spell you wanted, but you didn't really have MP to cast very much.
Did you come upon any wood golems, Caetsu? As you can see, these two had the misfortune of coming upon little old me. But that is not all I saw. Yes, it was most remarkable and most horrifying. It was a most remarkable and most horrifying sight, was it? After I delivered a mortal wound to one of the creatures, I saw it extend a gnarled limb and, with the last ounce of its strength, try to rip the soul stone from its cohort's chest. As it would seem, these feral golems have no qualms about cannibalizing each other, which has led me to a quite frightening conclusion, to which... Oh, of all the... Whatever could that four-eyed fool want at a time like this? Yes, if there's something to report, make it quick. What? Yes, it would be wise for you to make a discreet retreat. We would do the same. I would reevaluate our options in light of these most troubling developments. Very well, I will join you at the observatorium shortly. Do gather all the information you can from your colleagues before I arrive. Gods be good, that hero's actually proven himself useful. You see, he came upon a most startling scene in the hinterlands. A mass influx of golems of all shapes and sizes, as if summoned from all reaches of the realm by some unholy force. I have my own theory as to what this means, but I require more knowledge before plotting our next step. One thing I can say is that we should immediately begin preparing for the worst. In any event, we must move, and quickly. We return to Burgundy Falls and apprise the appeasement of where we stand. I shall go on ahead to the observatorium and see what knowledge the astrologians have gleaned, and join you as soon as I am able.
But yeah, it is a very good point that technically Sage wasn't specifically a healer, and Dark Knight wasn't actually always a tank. We have a holy magic tank and we have a holy magic healer because of how White Mage has turned out, right? So yeah, we don't have a holy magic DPS. That would be unique. And that is true, old Sage is closer to what Graha is now. Except when he pulls out a sword and shield. But it's pretty funny, there's this quest, this solo duty in Colusia, I remember, where you have to escort someone. Where Graha is with you. And he uses white magic, so healer magic, And he also uses cover on the person you need to protect. Now that would be pretty handy, wouldn't it? Friends, comrades, brothers and sisters of the Black, we stand at the brink of a disaster most dire. Even as we speak, our foe grows in number. Beings of sentient stone and wood gather, summoned by an unknown force, and united for a common purpose, a purpose beyond our understanding.
Beyond your understanding, perhaps, but not mine. The golems make for Smol. In Gurbania, I witnessed a most unsettling sight. A golem with an almost animal fury tearing into its cohort's chest. Disturbing as it was all too clear what I was witnessing. The creature sought a stronger soul stone, that it might augment its strength and prolong its own existence. But the power these creatures seek is not limited to that which they can harvest from their own kind. No, they are forever in search of a more potent etheric source, and they have finally found one. The astrologians at the observatorium have confirmed my worst fears. The baleful star of our past slowly but inexorably changes course, bringing it closer and closer to this star. It is as Lady Shototo says. The golems call out to it, beckoning it ever closer. According to their latest calculations, any further adjustments to its path, and it is all but certain to strike Eorzea head on. The baleful creatures would climb the highest peak in the land and summon their mother stone to bring disaster to our realm? Inconceivable! And yet, it is just so, my friend. Unless we destroy the lot of them, a collision is all but inevitable. And yet, there are simply too many. Even if we could thin their ranks, they would regrow themselves and regroup in no time.
Oh, we are done for. Doomed. Defeated. Done for.
Do not give up hope, my frenetic friend. Or do you forget that the most brilliant mind to ever walk the face of Eorzea stands with you? Allow me to propose a foolproof plan. We do absolutely nothing at all. For now, that is. We know that the golems are feeding on each other in pursuit of greater and greater power, so why not sit back and let this process of unnatural selection, that's the quest name, take its course, till we are left with but a single foe.
Out of her mind, Shototo is. Were that to happen, a creature of untold power and puissance that golem would be.
Quite so. It would be the mother of all automata, the golem equivalent of yours truly, if you will, and by definition, one of the most formidable foes our realm has seen. Fortunately, I do believe there's one among us who might stand half a chance against such a monstrosity. Kaetsu, Lady Shototo insists that you are the key to this entire operation. I'm not inclined to doubt her, but I would hear it from your own lips. Can you say with all certainty that you would emerge victorious over this hypothetical golem of mythical proportions? Can you do this? Yes? Thank you, my friend. Your courage inspires me. Pray let me offer my strength, that together we may secure the future of our realm. I doubt Kaetsu and I will have much need of your services, but do feel free to tag along. It would be my honor. And with that, I should take my leave. I must warn the people of the nearby settlements to keep a wide berth of the Great Peak. Mayhap I would even have occasion to smash a golem or two on my journey. Color me impressed, Kaetsu. Your friends are proving more reliable by the minute, and with that, I shall return to the Sacrarium, for my grip on consciousness grows more tenuous by the moment. Pray return when you can, and speak with Eli upon her awakening. Hey, congratulations, Kosari! And congratulations on beating P12S! Nice! Let's see, this gives 108,000 XP. About I'll find a fate or two in the logs, I think.
so that we actually level up to 70 from that. Oh. There's one just down south here. I can't remember how much XP they give. But hopefully... we just need like... the one. Or maybe two. No weapon. Oh well, maybe next time. At least your group has like better gear from the drops, which means that next time is going to be easier, and it is going to be easier also simply because you're, you know, you've gotten it down. Like surprisingly, the first kill is often the hardest one. Yeah, first re-clears can also be tough because suddenly you're like a little bit less focused because it's, you know, it's re-clear time. That is true, Matthew. Is that the last one we need? Yeah. I think that's enough. I think that's enough, yeah. Eska says there's also the question of what EVERT, what do you mean? Evet? Unclassified as in existence is using... What? Well, they're using summoning magic. Or creation magic, I believe, is the correct term. Which is basically a hyper-advanced version of all magic in a way, because you could create anything. You just have to have an absurd amount of ether. I'm pretty sure that's the answer.
Ah, Caetsu, I've called out to Chateau, but to no avail. No doubt she is deep in slumber, gathering her strength for the battle to come. She did, however, leave a message for you. Slack not in your training. Slack not in your training, my puppet of destruction, for your powers will be tested as never before. That is not ominous in the least, now is it? In any event, I trust you will be up to the task.
Ah. Oh, look, a new weapon. Incredible.
Caetsu, I trust you have prepared yourself well. Our foe musters at Antics Shrine. The hour of our final confrontation is nigh. The hero and our beastman friends are en route to the Forelands as we speak, and I would join them with all haste. Come as soon as you are able. Chateau will be awaiting your arrival.
Oh, Emir, I give Shatoto an extremely overly confident, almost maybe seductive, as you said, voice, because she's basically talking down to everyone. Discount Xenoglossy. Clevoglossy, even.
Why, thank you so very much, Lalai. What with my own corporeal form having long since faded to dust, it is an honor and a pleasure to see my legacy carried out on by women, men, and beastmen after my own... Whoops. Was I just speaking aloud? You can stop gawking at any time now, or have you forgotten that we have an army of power-hungry golems bent on destroying our realm to dispose of? Fortunately, I've already formulated the perfect plan of attack. You three will seize the stragglers still attempting to scale the mountain. I trust you can handle that much? The hero, Kaito, and myself will scale the summit, where the oversized, augmented agglomeration of golems surely awaits us. If I may be so bold, Lady Shatoto, I would proffer a small amendment to this plan. Smol, as you surely know, is a holy place to all the dragons who call this land home. I'm ill inclined to wage battle without first obtaining their blessing. The Elder Tsitsi has told me that Kaito has a friend among their kind. Mayhap it would be best if she sought the counsel of this Vidofnir before we proceed. I can't believe I'm saying this, but that's hardly the worst idea I've heard today. After all, it could hardly hurt to add another powerful ally to our ranks. What are we waiting for then? Lead the way!
That's a good point, Matthew. I believe at the start of Endwalker, Foul was only slightly weaker than Xenoglossy on single target. But over the course of Endwalker, Xenoglossy has been boosted by like 33% in its potency. It's quite insane.
An unholy menace does gather in our midst, threatening to summon doom from the heavens down upon this realm. Such is thy plight? I too did sense the presence of an intruder in our sacred home. At first I was content to observe, but the danger hath grown too great. Warrior of warriors, if thou and thine would take up arms against our common foe, thou dost have my blessing. Well, that's a ringing endorsement of if I've ever heard one. Hera, send word to our beastman friends. We commence the operation at once. There's no time to lose, Kaetsu. Let's make for the summit and dispose of the abomination that awaits us, before the comet gets too close for comfort.
Yeah, I was just about to say, Ymir, Angel, you do know with Endwalker, nearly all jobs have gain on 3. Including tanks, on some buttons. It's usually their filler that is a gain on 2 because of resource generation. Don't worry about it, Angel. I checked in all of my guides.
Understood. Pray leave the rest to us. Lady Shatoto, my colleague from the observatorium, has confirmed your suspicions. On its current path, the falling star will sail wide of us, if by the slimmest of margins. And yet, that path shifts with every second, bringing us slowly but inexorably to the brink of calamity. Call it a hunch, but I do believe this imposing fellow might be responsible. Well, I'm glad to see that the obvious hasn't escaped you. At any rate, our task is clear. We need only reduce him to dust before he can summon his dear mother any closer. Nice staff. Just a moment. I'll put on game sound again after we're out of this cutscene. Well, Caetsu, are you ready to stand alongside the greatest mage to ever live in a battle for the very future of your world? Look sharp, this is our time to shine. Yep, now we can have music. Or we can have sound. The reason being that Torn from the Heavens is something that results in an automatic dubious claim. And I can't be bothered to counterclaim it. It's so annoying. Yeah, basically, there was this one time that Torn from the Heavens was played in orchestra, and that leads to a company that is behind said orchestra making automatic claims on any music they've basically ever made. If you've ever heard about that the years of time where YouTubers were scared of singing Happy Birthday, same reason, same source. Pretty funny that, isn't it? And it's just annoying. Well, fortunately, you guys, you can look up Torn from the Heavens and then play it in the background. I can't. The top remix, yeah. I wonder if they've claimed, if they ever claimed that one on anyone. Because that would have been pretty funny. All of those ultimate raiders then having to deal with that. Well, it would have been funny for a very short while and then not funny. Victory is ours. I only pray it does not come too late. Perhaps if you had some black magic in your repertoire, but it is no matter. I have the utmost faith that Caetsu and my efforts were not in vain. That light! The 12 have mercy. Here it comes. And there it goes.
And with that, my friends, I do believe we've been spared a most crushing fate. Stand tall, Caetsu. You and I just saved the world. And I suppose I should thank you as well, Hera, for doing a most remarkable job of not mucking everything up. And with that, I believe my work here is done. While I'd love nothing more than to stay and savor our victory a bit longer, all good things must come to an end. Don't look all sad now. With such promising protégés to carry on my legacy, I can go to rest knowing that I did not mother the Art of Destruction in vain. You have seen our art wielded for the greatest of good and the worst of evil, having witnessed first-hand your prowess and the sheer strength of your resolve. I gladly leave the future of our art in your hands. Walk the path well, Caetsu of the Black.
Just this faint impact sound in the distance, followed by a lit horizon. Look, there it comes. There it goes. Look, we saved the world.
That millennia from now, when we have long since faded to a dim memory, those who follow in our footsteps may yet wield their prodigious powers against any who would bring harm to our fair realm.
Tuan, it's my alt that we play on the sidequest streams.
Be proud, Caetsu. Having shared a mind with Mistress Shatoto all this time, I can assure you that effusive praise does not come easily to her lips. I can still scarcely believe she did me the honor of choosing my body as a vessel.
Or meeting her in the flesh, in a manner of speaking, I had assumed Death's handmaiden was little more than a witch obsessed with fire and destruction. It would seem my impression may have been in error.
May have been? Does your prudish, pig-headed prejudice know no end?
As charming as ever, I see. I dare say you could learn a thing or two from your esteemed forebear on how to treat a gentleman.
Oh, is that so? Caetsu, if you happen to see any gentlemen around these parts, do let me know. At any rate, we're done here. Let's leave this uncultured boor here to reflect for a bit on how to treat a lady.
I guess there's imagine streaming the top world first race, then getting to the final phase and getting DC'd. Well, you wouldn't get DC'd from getting a copyright claim. Just to be clear, also music back on. Just to be clear, the way it works is that I do the entire stream, like with Torn from the Heavens playing as is, then I finish the stream, everyone's happy, I go to bed, then like 2 or 3 hours after I go to bed, I get a claim. And basically what they do is they go, in this 2 to 4 minute window, there was this song playing that we claim as a remix of our song, Torn from the Heavens, which ironically is actually a remix of the original Torn from the Heavens, which is what's playing in the game. And so we want a percentage of the ad revenue from the video. And that percentage is like 50% for those 2 to 4 minutes of a song that they don't actually have a right to claim. And then I get up in the morning and the first thing I have to do is write this counterclaim, which takes like 5 to 10 minutes for those 2 to 4 minutes of music. Which is why I just mute it when I can. I just, nope. You're just not going to hear it then. That is the story. Alright. So if you ever wonder why I suddenly mute the music like that, that is the reason. The only reason. But fortunately it means that someone in the middle of like a stream wouldn't get shut down. Many golems did come to scale the peak, but they come no more, laid low by our magics. The heavens too are calm. I trust your battle with the great beast ended in victory. Just so, my friend. Not to boast, but even Lady Shatota was most impressed with our efforts. Is that not so, Kaitsu?
3 cheers for Shatota. 3 cheers for Kaitsu. 3 cheers for the art of destruction. Huzzah! Huzzah! Huzzah!
Far be it from me to rain on your parade, but let us not forget that the healer in your ranks played at least a small part in your victory.
Wow, a happy day this is. Fly home to share the joy with his brothers and sisters, Dozol will. You will visit Dozol again to share magical learnings, yes? Yes? Till then, friend.
I too must take my leave, but know that even when we are apart, we always stand as one. Till next we meet, my friend. Personally, I feel like that entire storyline, they were all really mean to Zionelha. Like, he didn't deserve all that. I too must return to Gridania to deliver my official report. I suppose this is farewell, at least for now.
Well, don't let us keep you. Though, I was wondering if I might express my gratitude to your colleagues at the observatorium, on behalf of Mistress Shatota, that is.
Leave that to me. I fear not all of my friends are so open-minded. If they were to learn that I had allied myself with beastmen and practitioners of the dark arts, there's no telling what sort of twisted rumors might spread. Fear not, Nalai. Fear not, Lalai. You have my word that as hero and healer, I will do all I can to work toward a day where you and your fellows can stand proud and receive credit for all the good you have done.
I could not bear to say this in his presence, but our hero friend has come quite far, wouldn't you say? I, too, would do everything in my power to make that day a reality. And with that, I do believe our job here is done. Shall we return to the sacrarium?
How did you anger Sip? Oh, wait. Oh, thank you. What? This guy says, I was fighting Ravana once and dropped my lines, then the tank dragged him over to my lines. Why?
Welcome back, Kaetsu. Once again, I must express my gratitude for all you have done, as well as my profound respect. You've mastered our art to a degree that few of us ever attain. While it is not like me to dwell on such matters, I was just reflecting on the hero's words. Once again, the truth of the battle we waged will never be known to those we fought to save. Needless to say, we do not do what we do for accolades or glory. We do it because it must be done, and to sate our own intellectual curiosity. And yet, it does not sit well with me. No, I cannot just turn a blind eye while the deeds of my friends and mentors are swallowed by history, never again to see the light. And the day will come that we can emerge from the shadows. When the day will come that we can emerge from the shadows, I cannot say. But for that day, and for the eyes of all who would follow in our footsteps, I would put all I have seen to paper, just as Master Kukuruka once did. All we have learned of our realm and the arcane, of course, but that is not all.
I would write of the bravery of our beastman friends, of a stubborn and self-important hero who against all odds proved himself a friend. Most of all, I would write of the illustrious founder of our glorious art, and the adventurer who she would personally entrust with carrying on her legacy. Why, I dare say the chapter will write itself.
We got the thing! Wow! Enochian. My favorite. That is technically a gear upgrade. That is not. Yeah, I think we managed to get the. I think we managed to do what we want, a decent amount today. Moku Stabby says, I'm working on White Mage at the moment, level 61. Compared to other healers at this level, I feel like it's incredibly boring. Is this natural? Around level 60, you still might be missing some stuff. I feel like White Mage really takes off when you get Aflato's Misery. Is that level 76, I believe? Is that right? I think it's 76. Matthew says the same thing. Yeah, if it's not too dull, stick with it. It's 76 Rapture. Which one is Aflato's Misery? Is that 72 or 74 then? But yeah, Aflato's Misery is when it gets a little bit more interesting, because then the usage of lilies like lead to some sort of payoff, whereas before that it doesn't. You might also find it more exciting in an aggressive way if you use Presence of Mind offensively, like use it for attacking. I don't know if you do that, but that tends to make it a little bit more exciting for attacking sometimes, I feel. But yeah. Need a picture for the next stream. And then one for the schedule. You take a picture down there if you guys would want to be on it. Maybe not. Maybe near Lalai. That could also work. I can hide this random person. Do you want to be on it, Gilano? Please. It feels like it's lacking something compared to Astrologian, Sage, and Scholar. Well, the thing is that by level 61, Astrologian has already had their cards for ages and they've added stuff to it like Astrodyne. Scholar has had their Etherflow for a while and they've added to it and they've had their pet all this time. Sage has had their Guardian. I'm pretty sure they have Toxicon and technically they start at 70, so you never have to have this concern. White Mage has their lilies, but they don't have the payoff until they get Misery. Let's see, want to have everyone in the picture. But yeah, if you find it boring right now, Moko, that is fair. Like, you don't have to like all jobs. But it is certainly in its more dull moments compared to the other healers at level 61. I think I'm not the only one who would say that. Um, Whoops, that was a little strong when you put the light a little too close. I think that's a lot better. It's just before Jelana looked like she was almost like the camera was like the picture was taken as a surprise. I think this is very nice. No need to apologize. It's just we're just fixing the picture so that it looks nice, and I want you all to look nice on the picture. And thank you, Mopustabby. Thank you very much. It says, I really enjoy your videos. Shared your machinist guide to a friend of mine who's a sprout trying to get into a DPS job. Well, I hope they find the guide helpful. Thank you. Right. In time. I mainly feel that that sages don't use pepsis at all. I'm not sure on using it wrong, but I'm guessing using it wrong is like using it a little too much when you don't need it. Like applying shields when you don't need it, and then literally using apply shield, use pepsis, and then maybe even apply shield again when you don't need it is a little weird, but it happens. Sometimes I do that when it is needed, in my opinion. Like if I'm trying to prevent a wipe, I'll do Eucrasian Prognosis, Pepsis, Eucrasian Prognosis. That often helps a lot to stabilize. But the key thing is that if you could do it with abilities, then it would and you could do it while standing still, then you could have been spamming doses while dealing with the trouble. And if you had to move while doing it, maybe you could do it while using Toxicon. But yeah, never using it is certainly wrong. Yeah, Pepsis is a lot better than you'd think. In fact, if you ever see a Sage at a level where Pepsis is available, cast regular diagnosis or prognosis without having cast Pepsis yet. They're making a mistake. Because Eucration prognosis and Eucration diagnosis plus Pepsis is more healing than regular diagnosis or regular prognosis. The only exception is that if your tank, for example, or whoever needs the healing is actively being like smacked around, then maybe in the fraction of a second where like from the shield being applied to you using Pepsis, the shield is gone again. Then it might not be super helpful. But in most cases, you can work around it. But yeah, it is a little bit like Scholar's emergency tactics, where it often gets completely forgotten because it's mostly needed in emergency situations, right? I know, shocker. Shouldn't you use Sage Lustrate? Ryuholi, sure, if you need that. It was more to say, if you're in a situation where you have nothing else and you're about to use Diagnosis because you're like out of options, then if you haven't spent Pepsis yet, should do that first. Eska, the thing is that most things like that emergency tactics soccer can deal with, you can deal with your ability cooldowns in your Scholar toolkit. Which means that you can deal with the healing necessary without losing out on Broil, like without losing damage uptime. That is why emergency tactics isn't used very much. In normal content, unless you are in a oh, I can tell you why, Eska. Using Indomitability instead of Energy Drain is a 100 potency damage loss, right? Using Succor at all is a 295 potency loss because you didn't cast Royal. That's why. That is the reason. Like, basically, if you look up like a rotation for Scholar and they're like, use Energy Drain for damage, the thing is, if a single Energy Drain cast means that you don't have the resources to deal with the mechanic without stopping casting Broil, a single Broil being lost because you used Energy Drain is basically such a massive damage loss that you lost 3 Energy Drains worth of damage. Like, because you were greedy and used 1 too many, you lose 3 in terms of potency. So if you need Indomitability, keep Aetherflow for Indomitability. If you need Sacred Soil, keep Aetherflow for Sacred Soil. Usually, if you're not sure yet about a specific fight, it is always better to hold on to your Aetherflow and use it when you know you don't need it. And then when you learn that you don't need it, you can spend it. You can toss it during raid buffs if you want. But if you're not sure, a single Succor cast that didn't need to be cast is actually a bigger loss than multiple Energy Drains. So that's why. Use Energy Drain when Aetherflow is almost back. Correct. The reason why you might be inclined to use Energy Drain immediately if you know you won't need it, is simply because if raid buffs are up, then you're getting more value out of your energy drains, which matter in like a savage context, or ultimate context, or extreme context. Yes, guess there's a good way to make emergency tactics good is if they added a feature to make a broiler out of war stronger. They could do that, but here's the thing. The problem isn't with emergency tactics. The problem is with your healing spells and your attack spells. I'm pretty sure that the real problem is that healing spells in general, so like Cure 2, Benefic 2, Adlocurium, Eucrasia and Diagnosis, if they all have some sort of kickback of damage boost if you use them correctly, then they would be much less of a problem to use. But that's not the problem, is it? The problem is, in most situations, healers have enough tools that they don't have to use healing spells. They can just use abilities and that's good. They don't need any more than that. So why should you use any more than that? Basically what I'm getting at is that the problem is more that healers have too many ability options to deal with things. Like, most healers have like 10 plus cooldowns, like, of different kinds to deal with any situation. If you didn't have that, then you would, like, you might not actually be able to get away with never using your spells. And Eska, Scholar has like nearly exactly the same toolkit as Sage. It's just slightly adjusted. So they also are all abilities. The only difference is that Scholar has the capacity to transform their ether flow into damage, whereas Sage does not. And Astrologian and White Mage, well, Astrologian mainly has nearly as many cooldowns as Scholar and Sage for healing. It's just White Mage that's weird because it has the lilies, which just gives it an overflow of spell healing. But the point I'm trying to make is that if healers had less cooldowns to use, like less ability cooldowns to deal with mechanics, there would be a higher chance that spell healing would be more favorable. But I don't know how you would do that, given that we've already been given all of the tools. It would be weird if they suddenly took them all away, wouldn't it? And I'm pretty sure most people would not appreciate it. Ta-da! But yeah, I don't know what the solution is. As it stands, this one's obvious. The solution to the problem is difficult because it's like we've been riding ourselves into a wall, into a corner, because we've always had, like, for the majority of Final Fantasy XIV's like existence, healers attacking nearly as much as DPS jobs and tank jobs has kind of always been a thing. So it'd be weird if it stopped being a thing. It's just something we've gotten used to. Yeah, the long cat. And then just gets grabbed up and it just extends. Yeah, if you enjoyed what you saw on this stream, the channel has a community Discord where you can find the weekly schedule. So you can see what's coming up next, like streams, videos, so on and so forth. You can also find an announcement room where you see whenever there's something coming, there will be a link to it, whether it's a new stream, a new video, whatever it is. And then there's rooms to talk with the community about all the stuff that you want to do. all the fun stuff. And thank you, Gelano. Gelano says, remember to leave a like. Thank you. I really appreciate it if you do. It means a lot to me. I think that is everything I have. The next schedule is coming out sometime tomorrow because I need to make it first. And yeah, next week we have the Monk Opener short coming out. And then there's going to be another case of 10 mechanics that the game doesn't teach you. You may have heard a previous version of that video, but I have found 10 more. I have compiled 10 more. I hope you will enjoy that. And then we will of course have daily stream Tuesday. But yeah, you will see more about it when the schedule comes out tomorrow. And with that, thank you all so much for watching, and good night or good morning, afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And that just leaves putting Smol Caetsu to bed. We await the blade. Good night. Good night.